boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. He doesn't see it. You're not looking at me, boy.
Spilled Bag Office has raided the channel.
Test test. What's up, chat? Spilled bag of ice. Thank you for the 42 viewer raid. Jeez Louise. We are starting soon. What's up, y'all? Hope y'all are well. Hope y'all are good. We have some things on the docket to speak about. Monday, Sunday. Oh, you mean play league day? Wow, you didn't have to say it like that, but I understand what you're putting down. I'm totally down for it. But I have things to talk about. But I'm gonna grab some water first because I'm thirsty. So enjoy this music a little bit more. Hello. I think chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I think subs are still 35% off for today, right? It's for today and for tomorrow a little bit. Or it's just for today. I don't remember. Bro, I look tired. Look at my eyes, dog. My eyes. Look, I've been going through it. One day left? Okay. Well, you should give subs, chat, the 35% off for the next day. And we're just above 1K. Let's keep it there. Then I will be happy. Oh. But yeah, what's up, chatters? Hope you all are well. I don't have much personal news. I was working the last 2 days or so. Well, I was like 2 days ago. I was working the last few days. Yesterday, specifically. But how's everybody doing? League is not work, by the way. Okay, just because I played League, I also did work as well. Hop off. Work was done. But I played some League, and I lost a lot of League, and so I dropped back down to Iron 4. Because my team sucks. It's not my fault, it's my team. That's what we'll say. We're going to put it there. It's not my fault, it's my team. Hmm.
I don't think
There's a new Charlie video. Let's see. I also have the not this. Not this. Oh, Adin Loss stuff. Is there a video on Adin Loss stuff? Do I have to look at it myself? Oh, there's a new FT Signifier video as well.
Adin Loss.
Here, Ross. We also need to make a thumbnail. um. Well, chat's kind of dead. Are y'all good? Y'all all right? Y'all here? Maybe you're matching my energy because my energy is a little dead today. To ban Adin. Like, until you get banned again. Honestly, I think he'll probably just like toe the line a little bit. Maybe 6 months. That seems like a long time. And it is because I think he'll try to start out being more careful. And then he'll say or do something that's like, why? Right, but we'll talk about all of that. We'll talk about all of that. Go here. We'll go take all these off. And then we'll do Adin. Ross. Hmm. Just give me a picture of Adin Ross, bro. Good enough. Late Raider has arrived. Welcome in. Hello. I was listening to Dave Blunt's freestyle while working this morning. Doesn't Dave Blunt's kind of suck? Adin Ross. Who else is in the news? Grummz. Wait, okay, perfect. This is perfect. I like this. This is funny. You know, put this here. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Oops, I didn't mean to get rid of that one. Get rid of this. This. Take Adin Loss. You put it above. It should be below, but like, also hide that. It will also just background. Why not change the color of this? I can do this. There we go. And then we go here. Then we go. That's not what I want to do. You know, whatever. Let's do this too. Okay. Actually, I have a plan. Do this. There. Do this. How's the turn music back on? There. There. Delete. Okay. Now we take. What? Okay. Delete layer. Give me another picture of Adin Loss. There we go. And now we just take this one. This is definitely not the best way to do this. There we go. Wait, I gotta add this one too. Boom. And then we go here. Good enough. Hmm. Hmm. What am I missing now? Maybe just a title. Not my best work. I'll say it. I'm out of practice. Not my best work. And I'll have the picture of Ethan here. What if I do this? And then we move this. Like here. Right, Ethan in the same pose. You know why. The reason that we, or maybe just me, can't find Aiden's channel on Twitch even though he's unbanned. I don't know. I didn't try to look for it. Maybe he got rebanned. Who knows? Probably not though. I will say, actually, you know what? I'll save it for when we talk about it. Let's see. Adin Loss. YouTube. I'm getting a good collection of thumbnails, honestly. These are all going into my portfolio as a thumbnail artist when I finally fall off and I have no life and I have no viewers because everybody's left me for Adin Ross and Ethan Klein. Right? Then I can actually use this as a portfolio of thumbnail art. There we go. All right. Let's get started with the news and stuff. Oh, I have to go live first. I almost forgot to go live again. Let's get started with the news and stuff. Where do we start? Where do we start? Oh, we also have to watch the TYT video thing. Chronologically. In the beginning.
So I finally have beef with Hassan, but not for the reason I think many people.
Oh, Hassan FD Signifier beef? I didn't put that in the title. Hassan FD Signifier beef? That's all I needed to know. All I needed to hear. All I needed to hear. For me to add it to the title and it not be a lie. Okay, so we have this on the docket. What else do we have? You have Johnny Somali going to jail. Adin Ross being unbanned.
You know when you meet someone and they swear.
Doesn't this thumbnail make you want to click on it? Honestly, not really, but like, yeah. Let's start with Johnny Somali going to jail.
There is a loser more degenerate, more pathetic than Johnny Somali. His lore is sadder than the ending to Marley and Me, and it's entirely by his own doing and his insatiable appetite to be famous. Like,
am I the only person who thinks that like Old Yeller was a bit sadder than Marley and Me? Maybe because I saw Old Yeller first.
Like his clout obsession has created a terminal illness that has led him down this path that will most likely see him behind bars. And I say most likely, even though from everything I've read it is guaranteed he is going to jail for his new charge that he is now facing. It seems there's no wiggle room for him to squeak his way out of this one. His newest charge carries a mandatory prison sentence of up to 7 years in the slammer. It also happens to be like his 150th charge that he's currently facing in Korea right now. It's because every time he goes live, he asks for $5 donations to commit a new crime. So he is constantly just getting more. We're going to dive into this new charge.
And I see what you're saying, but like when he's doing like what Charlie just said, like when he's asking about like if he's like, chat, should I give me $5 to commit this new crime today, even though like I'm out on bail for my other crimes that I just committed? Like, you know, you can only do something. You know, there's only so much you can allow, especially when you go to other countries and you're terrorizing other countries, which he's been doing pretty consistently. Like, bro does need mental like help, but like, what choice do you leave these other countries up to? You know what I mean?
Just a moment, but I just want to make a strong argument that Johnny Somali is the most pitiful soul that has ever entered the streaming space, period. He is the GOAT of cringe in streaming. He has one goal in life, one purpose, and he's not shy about it. All he wants is to be famous and rich through streaming. He is neither. He is only famous to people that like lolcows and love to make fun of him and throw, you know, tomatoes at him and cover all of his degeneracy. His own community doesn't actually like him. They just really like the idea that they get to control this man's life and send it down the shitter. It's like when you're playing Sims and you tell your Sim to put their hand on a hot stove and it like catches them on fire. That's what his community does. They'll put like $5 donation there in order for him to break a law so they can watch him get arrested and ruin his life, or have him harass someone in public so that way he'll get his ass beat and they get to laugh at it. So that's his whole legacy. He's also not rich from it. He doesn't make much money through streaming. He makes just enough to survive and also travel to more places for the global ass-beating world tour that he goes on. But the people who cover him, like all of the streamers and YouTubers that make videos about him, they make thousands of dollars. He is actually a golden loot box. He is leading people to a treasure he himself cannot possess. It's almost poetic. He has thrown his whole life away, willingly just sacrificing his freedom for nothing. But it has helped all the people that make fun of him. He provides them with basically an endless source of content, endless source of revenue, because who doesn't want to tune in to the pathetic story of this wild specimen of degeneracy, while he himself gets nothing. He doesn't even get morsels, crumbs, nothing. No attention, no money from it. It's unbelievable. You cannot write someone more pathetic than Johnny Somali. But anyway, let's go over his most recent charge here. Yep, he's guaranteed prison time. That's the good news. It's big, very big. I tried to refrain from diving too deep into it on my own so we could learn together on stream. But this is for the AI deepfakes he was making. This is the mandatory prison sentence, which I recall people were saying would likely be the case because of how seriously they take it. The controversial American live streamer notorious for his brazen antics and public disruptions is guaranteed to face prison time in South Korea. A fifth and most severe charge violating the country's Special Act on Sexual Violence Crimes has obliterated any remaining hope for leniency. The days of online infamy are over. For Somali, the virtual stage that once gave him global attention has been replaced by the harsh reality of legal consequences. They make it sound like he was actually popular. He never has been. The only people who know about him are people like me who follow lolcows. Almost nobody, as like a stream watcher, a viewer, will have ever heard of his name. He never even got global attention. The attention he got was the locals of the countries he would visit beating his ass because he would constantly be disrespecting them and making a huge scene every time he went out. This is kind of just going over a lot of what we've already gone over. Here we go. This goes more into the deepfakes. Prosecutors revealed that Somali is now facing charges violating the South Korea Special Act on Sexual Violence Crimes. The charges stem from an AI-generated deepfake video that depicted popular Korean streamer Bong Bong in fabricated intimate scenes with Somali. That's something we talked about as well, and a lot of people mention that they take that shit very, very seriously, and that seems to be the case. Under South Korean law, the creation, distribution, or possession of non-consensual AI-generated explicit content is classified as sexual crime. Woof! Legal experts have confirmed that this offense carries a mandatory prison sentence up to 7 years. Unlike the previous charges, which allowed for financial penalties, this particular crime eliminates the possibility of a mere fine. This is not simply an issue of digital mischief, explained a legal analyst, Legal Mindset. This is a serious sexual offense, and South Korea's court will treat it as such. When deepfakes are weaponized to humiliate or defame, the legal system responds with severe consequences. What a fucking W. Oh, what a W. And again, another thing to make big mention of, this is one charge. Keep in mind, he has also pled guilty to other charges carrying a minimum of 5 to 10 years. But this one is a guaranteed prison sentence up to 7 years. I guess we don't know exactly how long it'll be. And he still has more charges to come. He just got new charges when he got arrested on stream the other day. So he is still collecting these puppies like the Infinity Stones. When it's all said and done, this guy actually could end up with like 30, 35 years in the slammer. All for like a crumb. A tiny tiddlywink of internet attention. It's unbelievable. It's a bold statement, but I'm going to make it. I think he is probably the most degenerate lolcow, at least in terms of like the consequences he's facing for being the lolcow, you know what I mean? Chris Chan is inarguably the GOAT of lolcows. No one will ever beat that. But not even Chris Chan received punishment to this level that Johnny Somali is. He's also going to get tried as a repeat offender with all the recent stuff too. I keep seeing that, but I don't know if that's confirmed. It sounds reasonable, like that sounds right. South Korea has cemented its reputation as a global leader in combating digital sex crimes. The country...
I'm back. I was grabbing some breakfast. What did I leave it off on? Like a minute?
Most pitiful soul that has ever entered the streaming space, period. He is the GOAT of cringe in streaming. He has one goal in life, one purpose, and he's not shy about it. All he wants is to be famous and rich through streaming. He is neither. He is only famous to people that like lolcows and love to make fun of him and throw, tomatoes at him and cover all of his degeneracy. Mm-hmm. His own community doesn't actually like him. They just really like the idea that they get to control this man's life and send it down the shitter. It's like when you're playing Sims and you tell your Sim to put their hand on a hot stove.
Exactly. Exactly. Bro. Maybe I have seen this video already. Was obviously done already? None. I just started.
And it like catches them on fire. Right? That's what his community does. They'll put like $5 donation there in order for him to break a law so they can watch him get arrested and ruin his life, or have him harass someone in public so that way he'll get his ass beat and they get to laugh at it. So that's his whole legacy. He's also not rich from it. He doesn't make much money through streaming. He makes just enough to survive and also travel to more places for the global ass-beating world tour that he goes on. But the people who cover him, like all of the streamers and YouTubers that make videos about him, they make thousands of dollars. He is actually a golden loot box. He is leading people to a treasure he himself cannot possess. It's almost poetic. He has thrown his whole life away, willingly just sacrificing his freedom for nothing. But it has helped all the...
clout. Clout's technically not nothing, That's something. Right? People are talking about it. Like a channel with 16 million subscribers is covering him right now. And he's like, that's a win for him. Even if he goes to jail. Is it dumb? Yeah. But that's how he views it. And Johnny Somali is a microcosm of a wider issue of clout in America.
People that make fun of him. He provides them with basically an endless source of content, endless source of revenue, because who doesn't want to tune in to the pathetic story of this wild specimen of degeneracy, while he himself gets nothing. He doesn't even get morsels, crumbs, nothing. No attention, no money from it. It's unbelievable. You cannot write someone more pathetic than Johnny Somali. But anyway, let's go over his most recent charge here.
Well,
yep. He's guaranteed prison time. That's the good news.
Wait, AI deepfake scandal? What is that even referring to? What?
It's big, very big. I tried to refrain from diving too deep into it on my own so we could learn together on stream. But this is for the AI deepfakes he was making. This is the mandatory prison sentence.
You can't just say that like we're all supposed to know what that means, Charlie.
My African princess.
Puff
You gotta be
underscore
like,
knuckles
yep, this is for
just
the AI deepfakes
subscribed.
he was making, by the way. Okay, let's move on. Like, no, you gotta. I'm gonna need some explanation here. What are we talking about? Puff Knuckles, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Yeah, you missed one class.
Which I recall people were saying would likely be the case because of how seriously they take it. The controversial American live streamer notorious for his brazen antics and public disruptions is guaranteed to face prison time in South Korea. A fifth and most severe charge violating the country's special act on sexual violence crimes has obliterated any remaining hope for leniency. The days of online infamy are over. For Somali, the virtual stage that once gave him global attention has been replaced by the harsh reality of legal consequences. They make it sound like he was actually popular. He never has been. The only people who know about him are people like me who follow lolcows. Almost nobody as like a stream watcher.
Since when did Capri Sun provide their drink in like tubs in 64-ounce bottles? I thought they were only the packets. It would feel weird to drink Capri Sun like out of like a cup or something. You know, I need it at the tiny straw.
A viewer will have ever heard of his name. He never even got global attention. The attention he got was the locals of the countries he would visit beating his ass because he would constantly be disrespecting them and making a huge scene every time he went out. This is kind of just going over a lot of what we've already gone over. Here we go. This goes more into the deepfakes. Prosecutors revealed that Somali is now facing charges violating the South Korea Special Act on Sexual Violence Crimes. The charges stem from an AI-generated deepfake video that depicted popular Korean streamer Bong Bong in fabricated intimate scenes with Somali. That's
What? So he created deepfake porn of another streamer and himself? And, okay. Did he Did he publicize it? Like I have more questions. I have more questions.
something we talked about as well, and a lot of people mentioned that they take that shit very, very seriously.
Okay, no. I feel like Charlie's gonna kind of skip over this. I need. Okay, we're going to a Tozy for this one. Because like I need some.
Today I want to talk about one of the dumbest and most
Why is there 13 videos? Must have. I think he sent it to her. What? I need something.
Things have now somehow got even worse for the most hated IRL streamer out in Korea, as his new charge has a mandatory prison sentence if he's convicted. And considering South Korea has a 99% conviction rate, things aren't looking too hot for him out there. It's safe to say the odds are not in his favor. So he's been a busy guy since the last criminal hearing in South Korea that we.
And I will say, something that South Korea has, and also Japan has, that's still not a great thing, you know. I'm not like writing for like the legal system, because like what it means to have like a 99% conviction rate is that they will like essentially what happens is they will hold you for a certain amount of time, because legally they're allowed to hold you for like 2 weeks or whatever, to try to coerce like a confession out of you. And if they don't do that, then like, you know, they'll just hold you like indefinitely until like either you confess or they have enough evidence on you or whatever. It's like there's no, you know, bond where like you can like, you know, get out and live your free life. Like it's not like the American court system. It's a lot stricter. right? It's Joe no matter what, it's just how long. Yeah. 99% for prosecution from the state. Police prosecution is lower. In South Korea, I remember reading something about this. It was kind of crazy.
We flew out to watch because it seems like he snapped that night before the trial, and instead of being apologetic and trying to lower his sentence, as you know, he got drunk, he insulted the judge, he insulted the prosecution, and then showed up over an hour late to his own court case drunk. Then of course, after that, he taunted the Korean public in a photo op, which he then shouted out North Korea. He proceeded to then stalk other streamers and get new police reports filed against him, then started streaming himself, prank calling the Korean police for $5 donations. Then to end that day,
Do you think that like he's trying to get like a pardon, or like not a pardon really, like Trump can't pardon him, but like a get extradited from the country, like have like Trump save him or whatever? Like that's why he's wearing like the Make America Great Again hat or whatever. He's like, I'm an American citizen, they can't do this to me. I also think that's what he's going for as well.
day of streaming, he removed his clothes and went out and harassed construction workers before getting arrested. And this is all just in the span of like under 2 weeks. And then on top of that, he was also punched in the face again. So clearly, a lot of people are starting to get fed up with his antics. But unfortunately for him, the music will inevitably stop as he just keeps on getting hit with new charge after new charge because he has zero idea how to live his life without being a burden to society. And to make things worse for him, as I mentioned earlier, he's got yet another charge. Because over the last couple of years, South Korea has been making laws cracking down on deepfakes, especially the 18+ ones. And Johnny decided to distribute an 18+ deepfake for profit on his stream because he's a moron that will do anything for attention. So according to Article 14.2 in the Korean law, a person...
Okay, so he distributed it for profit on his stream. Now, what does that mean? Like he was like, get into my private Discord server to see this video? Like, how is he like... I don't know. This does not compute in my mind.
Who edits, consolidates, or processed a form that can be used as sexual desire or shame, which is the intention of the person's face, body, or voice in the purpose of an anti-sentiment, he is imprisoned for 7 years or fines up to 15 million won. And you have 2, which is editorial, combined product, and price tribute under paragraph, or at the time of editing or the copy of edit in paragraph 1, even if it was not contrary to the intention of the subject, such as this video, an editorial light or replica was reversed against the intention of subjects such as the video and light. The person is sentenced to imprisonment up to 7 years or fine up to 15 million won. But this is the one that really gets him. A person who commits a sin under paragraph 2 using information and communication network against the intention of the subject, etc., shall be sentenced to more than 3 years of organic imprisonment. Unfortunately for him, he distributed this over his live stream and potentially through his Discord server as well. So if I understand this correctly, if he's convicted, he's looking at a minimum of 3 years in prison just for this charge. And that's without everything else. Then of course, you have the 99% conviction rate in South Korea, which we stated earlier. So it's safe to say that smile on his face might be wiped soon. Because unfortunately for him, his entire...
No, it won't. This is the thing. This is the thing. The smile will not be wiped from his face. We keep saying this about people like this, and it just won't happen. It doesn't matter to them, right? It doesn't matter to him. It doesn't, not really. He's gonna keep smiling through it. Right? He's gonna keep trolling through it. And then he's gonna get out and he's gonna be like, I'm out now, or whatever. I mean, thank you for the 16-month free subscription with Prime. Much appreciated. Chat, you know Prime is free. You can subscribe with Prime, and it doesn't cost you any money because it's free. Or you can gift subs, 35% off. Come back stream would be crazy. He would immediately get rearrested. He would immediately get rearrested. Guaranteed. He gets 3 years in jail. He comes out of jail. He will stream the next day, get himself rearrested.
Their shtick is to harass and annoy people and be as disrespectful as possible, all for the group of 14-year-olds who thinks he's funny. So essentially, he's alienating any sense of goodwill and leniency that he could possibly get from a judge. I have never seen anyone in my life play themselves like this person has. It's actually unbelievable at this point. But Johnny, he has a plan to get out of this.
What we're gonna do is we talk to, because I have 2 lawyers. I have a public defender and I have a paid lawyer that's helping us with other cases. The public defender said it's a good idea and that me and Hank are gonna go to a psychiatrist pretty soon and bring the paperwork. We go to a psychiatrist here in Korea and bring them the paperwork of that. And hopefully he said it can help my case, because I am diagnosed as bipolar 2 in America, you know?
I don't think being bipolar can get you out of this one. So according to South Korea's Criminal Act, specifically Article 10, this addresses cases involving individuals with mental disorders. It states that if a person due to a mental disorder is unable to make discriminations of their control of their will, they should not be punished. If their abilities were deficient due to the disorder, the punishment should be mitigated. This is really all up to the evidence and evaluation, because it's crucial to demonstrate a clear link between an individual's bipolar disorder and the commission of the crime. It then says the court will consider specific circumstances of the case, including the nature of the crime and the degree of which the individual's mental state was affected by their bipolar disorder at the time of the offense. Even if mental illness is considered a mitigating factor, public safety and the potential recidivism are also important factors that the court must consider when determining an appropriate sentence. So to summarize, it's essential to understand that having bipolar disorder is not an automatic get-out-of-jail-free card in this criminal cases in South Korea. The legal system applies universally, and while mental health can be a factor, it doesn't automatically exempt someone from legal consequences for their actions. And again, like, his largest problem is that he has live streamed himself for hundreds of hours. This behavior has been extremely consistent, and he's openly stated exactly why he does this.
Bro, why are you being racist to other people in other countries? Why are you bullying people in other countries? For money, like, for clout. I've said it many times. I don't give a f. I have no morals. I'm a sociopath. I don't give a f at all. Like, period. Like, put this in your next YouTube documentary. I don't give a f. Like, I care about nobody but my f***ing self.
It's like, dude, this is going to be really hard to argue in court. But then, of course, people who are around him, they think that he'll be able to leave within a month.
It sounds like within a month, though, you could be out of here.
It is a possibility. It is a possibility.
I mean, like, if everything goes well with the thing, then it should just kind of be resolved, and you should be able to. You've got your passport still, so
It's right here.
Yeah, you should be able to just kind of dip that.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Okay, this guy.
Bro, he's on a live stream talking about why he should be considered a flight risk. He's saying, "Yeah, I have my passport right here. Yeah, you could just dip in. Yeah, I could just dip in. What are they gonna do to stop me? Like, come on."
To be trolling him, right? There is no way he isn't trolling him with that comment, because from everyone who I've spoken to who understands Korean law, they believe this is basically impossible. There's clearly a lot of pressure for a sentence here, and I don't even think they're finished hitting the guy with criminal charges. And then to make things even worse for him, streaming has become more challenging for him out there because, as I mentioned earlier, he was punched again recently. And then in the same stream, he also had to flee because the other guy who punched him first, I guess, in Korea, found him.
in jail.
Is coming.
Oh, we gotta get the out of here. Go. Leave. Oh, Dagon. No fight. Peace. No fight. Talk. No fight. No fight. Peace. I say stop it still. Yoon. I'm out.
Sorry, cover FD. No. Starting FD after this. It's second on the docket.
Out. Please help me. Go ahead. Out. I love you. Chingu. Dagun, Chingu. Hey. Come. Come with me now. Come. Taxi.
So he then ran away and came back to the guy making the documentary on him and told them, hey, we got to get a taxi and run.
You talked to Dagun? What did he say? Did he talk to you?
No, he wouldn't speak English.
He said Korean. I'm telling you, you're going viral. You're going viral. Let's go.
One sec.
No, we gotta go taxi now, Alice. That is dangerous. I'm telling you.
You're fine.
Then I guess to make things even worse for him, it now seems like Hank is asking for donations to continue to fund Johnny's life. Because here on Telegram, Hank apparently said, legal fees are very taxing for me. If anyone wants to help out with legal fees, please donate. Also, Johnny has a travel ban. Korea doesn't let him work and doesn't give any support. Johnny is out of money now, and I'm supporting him. There is no choice. He will starve if I don't. Dude, this is the most self-inflicted situation ever. It's safe to say things are just really not going their way, and their entire response is essentially this. Like, it's all a front. Like, all of this is just this. I mean, they couldn't be coping harder for the terrible situation that Johnny put them in, all for just a little bit of internet attention and next to no money. And obviously, now he's getting prison time as well. Congratulations, moron. You completely played yourself. But his next trial date is set for April 7th, if I remember correctly. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Although, from what I know, he's just showing up to enter another plea for the 4th charge that his lawyer asked for an extension on. But I mean, who knows? The guy might turn the trial into a circus show as well. I'm assuming they'll ask for more time to figure out what they're going to do with that 5th charge, as it's a way more serious one. But he's also kind of already given us the game plan there. So I guess only time will tell how that pans out for him. But either way, we'll be covering.
Okay, we have a little bit more information.
And that seems to be the case. Under South Korean law, the creation, distribution, or possession of non-consensual AI-generated explicit content is classified as sexual crime. Woof!
South Korea got us beat on that. We could, or America needs to step up his game on its legal defense of like AI porn and stuff.
Legal experts have confirmed that this offense carries a mandatory prison sentence up to 7 years. Unlike the previous charges, which allowed for financial penalties, this particular crime eliminates the possibility of a mere fine. This is not simply an issue of digital mischief, explained a legal analyst, Legal Mindset. This is a serious sexual offense, and South Korea's court will treat it as such. When deepfakes are weaponized to humiliate or defame, the legal system responds with severe consequences. What a fucking W. Oh, what a W. And again, another thing to make big mention of, this is one charge. Keep in mind, he has also pled guilty to other charges carrying a minimum of 5 to 10 years. But this one is a guaranteed prison sentence up to 7 years. I guess we don't know exactly how long it'll be. And he still has more charges to come. He just got new charges when he got arrested on stream the other day. So he is still collecting these puppies like the Infinity Stones. When it's all said and done, this guy actually could end up with like 30, 35 years in the slammer. All for like a crumb. A tiny tiddlywink of internet attention. It's unbelievable. It is... It's a bold statement, but I'm going to make it. I think he is probably the most degenerate lolcow. At least in terms of like the consequences he's facing for being the lolcow, you know what I mean? Chris Chan is inarguably the GOAT of lolcows. No one will ever beat that. But not even Chris Chan received punishment to this level that Johnny Somali is. He's also going to get tried as a repeat offender with all the recent stuff too. I keep seeing that, but I don't know if that's confirmed. It sounds reasonable, like that sounds right. South Korea has cemented its reputation as a global leader in combating digital sex crimes. The country's strict laws were forfeited following a series of high-profile cases involving
I think we got most of this from both videos combined. Something I want to look at as well is apparently that there was an Elon interview on Fox. Did y'all see that? Where he was crying about tin walls. That's pretty funny. So you have this we can watch as well.
Thanks for having.
Where's the full interview?
Does that help Tesla? I mean, you had Tim Waltz, who's a huge jerk, running around on stage with the Tesla stock price where the stock price had gone in half, and he was overjoyed. What an evil thing to do! What a creep! What a jerk! Like who derives joy from that? And
me, I derive a lot of joy from that. Actually, it makes me smile. When you lose money, it makes me happy. I'm glad when companies do poorly. Makes me happy. Let's get to the debate that's in my title about like FD Signifier beefing with Hassan. We'll get to that in a second.
So I finally have beef with Hassan, but not for the reason I think many people want or think.
Why does it feel like my volume is low?
As of writing, I am around 8,000 subscribers away from 1 million subscribers, and it is still unreal, still really cool. Some cool stuff planned. Yes, that video, but that's not the topic right now.
Ugh. Tyler Perry, don't even get me started on this man.
Now, as I've grown, I've noticed something. My viewers and subscribers have indicated to me that they are much wider than they used to be just a couple of years ago. And I've also come to accept that there's probably nothing I can do to stop it. There was a time when I looked at my viewers also watch tab in the analytics for YouTube apps. It's hard to explain, but there's ways for us to understand like what other creators are connected to us. And
I'm actually curious. I'm gonna check mine real quick. I don't even post on YouTube like that, which not anymore. I used to post a lot more frequently. And it's not that I don't have content. I can edit down my streams into like good videos, but like I just don't a lot of the time. Let's see. Yeah. Channels your audience also watch. North Star Radio, Hasnabi Archive, the bot channel, Bad Empanada, Hasnabi Reacts, Hasnabi Archive, again, another bot channel, but like a different bot channel. Uninformed Leftist, The Vanguard, Bunker Cat, Denims, No Comment Chick. That's who my audience. Yeah. Let's see. New viewers who've returned. So I've determined that new viewers love Ethan Klein stuff. Also, people like the Pirate Software stuff as well. Right? And Hassan should not platform Dean Withers. And then another Ethan video, and then another Ethan video.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
I watch VODs on YouTube if I miss the live stream. That's why I do them, actually.
Lulas_beekeeper just subscribed. I watch the VODs on YouTube if I miss the live stream at Shonda Black.
There are a lot of Fallen H3 fans. I understand that. There are a lot of Fallen H3 fans. Right, but that's what FD's referring to here.
And years ago, when I looked to see who those creators were, it was Khadijah Mbo and Sean C and Foreign Man in Foreign Land, etc. But in the last couple of years, this tab has gotten much, much wider. So some of these new white faces make sense, such as Anthony Fantano.
I mean, is there actually unk between Hassan and FD? There's no drama. My China Black viewers also watch Suggest on Twitch, also live now. It's Casey Tron, Struggle Forward, Denims, Zach App, and HC Justin. Does Sean C even stream anymore? He streamed recently, I think. I don't know though.
Hassan, people I've collaborated with,
and the bot channel's here too. Jeez Louise, Hasanabi Archive invades and invests itself into everywhere. Like, that's insane. My channel's doing better than the main. Yeah, because the bot channel is able to churn out videos instantly. Right? He's able to churn out videos instantly. And I know this because, like, I've dabbled with, like, trying to program a bot that, like, edits my own streams down into, like, bite-sized, like, vertical formats. So I didn't have to worry about that. And so I know it's possible. Right? But there are also paid services that just do that, you know? As I click from Atrog, where his top 5 shared channels were Hassan bot channels. That's so funny.
talked with on a couple of occasions. But then there's some more news who I've never collaborated with, and I don't know if I've ever mentioned, along with Sam Cedar. Philosophy Tube makes some sense because we are in the same genre, and she's a GOAT in the
Cody Shody is great.
Space. But then there's 2 more Hassan channels. The only
and another bot channel comes back. Another bot channel comes back. That's so crazy.
Only black folks I have left are my evil twin Lil Bill, Company Man, and Deleted, much smaller channels than I am. Now, obviously, I'm not actually really mad at Hassan for this, but it is indicative of a bigger challenge that he and other white creators kind of make for black creators on this platform that they low-key don't control. So, like, please, if you actually click for Hassan slander, there you go. You can go ahead and leave. The problem.
I was here for the slander. I was here for the slander. The beef was fake the entire time. Hasabi Productions is not a bot channel, right? No. Hasabi Productions is real. Right? Hasabi Productions is real. Hasabi Industries is real. When Hasabi Industries was actually making Hasabi videos. It's on, and if you want to tell what channel is real and what channel is not real, it's easy, very easy to do, chat. You click it. You go to videos, you search by oldest, right? And you notice that, like, these videos don't really make sense. Don't really make sense. This is a channel that had some following already. Maybe not 70K, but maybe had like 30K or 20K. And they bought this channel and they just upload videos onto like an already bought channel that has an established audience. That just then, why are they always Vietnamese? Probably because like Vietnamese channels are just cheaper, right? If you're buying in like a 30K American channel, right, it'll be more expensive than if you buy a like a Vietnamese, 30,000 subscriber channel. It's just less expensive that way. You had a random Vietnamese phase? Well, yeah, that would make sense if it wasn't the fact that, like, it's this one too. Oh, this one that's actually is. Okay, this one they learned. They deleted all their Vietnamese content from this one. You have Hasanabi Archive Fan 1, Hasanabi Archive Fan 2, where they bought a what? Huggy Wuggy plus Venom swap merger swapping dance speed paint? Okay, well, they're not untalented. Like, that's pretty cool. The owner of the channel did this. I know that they didn't, right? They bought this channel, but like, it's just pretty cool. Why tune Venom into Huggy Wuggy? Or why does he still have the Venom tug? So yeah, that's hard. That's House Ivy Archive fan channel 2. House Ivy Archive fan 3 is another Vietnamese bot channel for some reason. We know why, but like it's weird that number 3 is that. 4 doesn't exist. What about 5? No, okay. Only goes up to 0 through 4. Anyway, sorry. Get distracted. Let's go back to the beef.
Problem is that as you become actually click for black creators on this platform that they low-key don't control. So like, please, if you actually click for Hassan
Also,
slander,
Lulu's Beekeeper, thank you
you
for the 18-month free subscription.
you can go ahead and leave. The problem is that as you become successful, it's probably natural that your channel begins to look like other successful channels in your general genre and topic area. In isolation, this isn't a huge deal. I've seen people take shots at me for this, but I really don't take those criticisms seriously. If you actually watch my content, which most of my critics don't, you can't point out that I'm pandering to attain this audience or take issue with the position I actually hold, as opposed to like a random position that you think I hold based on some tweets some other time. No, I bring this up again later, but I just make a product on this platform that is able to garner a large audience. And when I do make political videos about black issues, aside from some comedy skits you might get from the homie Eye Patch Wolf, I make them as if all the folks watching are black people. I make them as if people have a significant understanding of baseline black consciousness already in tow. There are so many inside jokes and inside elements to my videos that only black people will get, and they'll tell you about it in the comments. So the whole he makes videos of white people thing just doesn't resonate for me. My videos on black conservatism, Spike Lee's Bamboozled, and most recently Hotep's and black radicalism are all videos that I'm very proud of that also have large black audiences. But I can't say that I'm frustrated that other videos I've made about black issues don't always find the black audience that I've been seeking out that I used to have once upon a time. To point out the difference, the second black conservatives video I did back in 2023, along with my Bamboozled video from the beginning of 2024, both have some of my strongest showings of black viewers, especially the black conservatives video, which up until the Kendrick Drake beef video was my most watched video ever. I was super proud that this video managed to find the black audience that I wanted to see it the most. And one of the ways I knew this was by looking at the comments, but more interestingly, looking at what other videos are suggesting this video, i.e. what other audiences this video is connected to. And that's where things get a little ugly and weird and indicate some sad realities around black political thought, at least on YouTube, but probably in general. So follow me for a second for some light analysis on like what the data in my videos tells me about the audience and how all of us can learn some important things from that. So when it comes to what videos are suggesting these videos the most, it's almost all
Chat, I'm not gonna keep relitigating this for you. Just watch the video and you'll see if there's actually beef there. Just watch the video. Just engage with the video. Just
always my other videos. That's a thing that happens to a lot of other bigger
right?
channels.
Whether or not it's like, you know, like real beef or like if it's clickbaity, right? There's still a lesson to be gleaned from this video regardless, right? And I feel like if you're just like, oh, this beef isn't real, we're not gonna pay attention to it, is how we get to a point where like, you know, if you levy any criticism or any critique of like Hassan or the streaming landscape and how it's overwhelmingly white or whatever, then it's disregarded because it's not like real drama, real beef. But there's still a good conversation to be had here. You know what I mean?
It's something that the algorithm is designed to do, and your channel's gonna be really healthy when this is happening to your videos. If you watch one of my videos and you're brand new to my channel, YouTube knows to send you more of my videos and that you'll probably watch them too, which is good for my channel overall. So that part's pretty straightforward. The other videos you'll see are again videos from larger white lefty channels, Hassan, Big Joe, Philosophy Tube, etc. But then with my black videos, I start seeing other black political content that I have to say I don't think is very good. Some of it is fine. There's like this video of an old news piece on James Baldwin that for whatever reason has over 3.5 million views on a small channel 3 years ago. There's another short video from Fred Hampton from around the same time. These are fine. Considering the topic areas, it makes sense that viewers of these videos would also watch my video and vice versa.
Real, thoughtful critique wrapped in beef anyway. Beef attracts people. Why would you want real, thoughtful critique wrapped in up in beef anyway. Beef attracts people with attracted to flame, not thoughtful points. No, because that's what the audience is. That's what the structure is, right? That's like saying, why would you want your videos to hit in the algorithm? The algorithm is overwhelmingly, normie, and not people who are politically engaging. Like that's just where that's where the people are. You know, there's a reason why. There's a reason why people have like moved on, stopped caring about like Palestine, unless it's like touted or shrouded in like, drama slop, right? Yeah, that's what Nolan Sampson does. You attract people in with the honey, right? So they get stuck. Now they're forced to engage.
Versa, and YouTube's algorithm is doing a good job of making this logical connection. Cool. But then there's what I'm gonna call Hotep slop channels, one of which will be the only channel I mention by name as I get more and more shady going. So just, if you're looking for drama, you're not gonna find it here. There's this channel called Black Culture Unlocked, and it clearly is mostly AI generated slop. Like when you look at the channel, you can kind of tell the thumbnails all use that drama slop technique in terms of like what they look like. Other thumbnails are using clear, bad AI art. They really love the phrase hidden truth. Like it's on every third thumbnail on their channel. And then the content itself is Hotep core, although it's almost always an AI generated voice. I don't know what voice is real on this channel. It's clearly like they're regurgitating old shit a lot of times. They're coming out with a new video every couple of days, maybe a couple of months.
Right, and this is actually a good point, because like the reason why this is like the same reason why this happens a lot on TikTok, and that is because Black people understand that the U.S. government lies, and they are trying to hide history away. That allows for people who are not specifically like specifically good faith actors able to swoop in and be like, oh yeah, they're lying about this too. They're lying about this too. And some of those things that they're saying may be correct. Some of them may be outright lies, and some of them may actually be dangerous, perpetuating like harmful stereotypes about other communities, like dipping into like anti-Semitism. Right? Like they're just taking advantage of the fact that like Black people are having their history erased by the US government. And they're like, well, what about they're actually also lying about this? And then like, this also thinks it's like a complete lie. Like it's just not at all accurate. And so there's a whole market for like trying to tell Black people, will be like, I'm going to teach you the history that they didn't teach you in school or whatever. Right. And like, it's just not true. It's incorrect information, because it takes work to actually find that information out.
This is a content farm, but it's about Black politics. And as far as I can tell, it's doing pretty well for itself, which is sad. It has this weird tragedy porn element to it. Like when you look at the AI thumbnails, like a third of them are of Black people crying and making painful faces. But it's getting an audience, not a huge audience. Like people don't come back for these videos, but each time it makes one of these videos, it's making an attempt to penetrate the algorithm and get people to click. And sometimes it does. This channel makes me think about what Black political content, at least on YouTube, used to be back in previous eras. As I mentioned in that Black radicalism Hotep video, guys like Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, and Boyce Watkins were really popular in Black political spaces for a time and had large followings, not necessarily on YouTube, but at least on Instagram and Facebook. You also have less problematic figures like Tavis Smiley and Roland Martin, who have presences in a variety of venues. Roland Martin,
I'm not a fan of Roland Martin.
Think has millions of subscribers, but his videos don't do big numbers all the time, but I'm sure he's doing fine. Mark Lamont Hill might be in this category, although his channel is relatively new. And in many ways, the Black
good though.
Manosphere content of an earlier era also served as a early version of political discourse for Black political content consumers, although you could imagine that a lot of it is limited when it comes to having anything substantive to say about politics. It usually boils down to, here's this really bad social issue, and here's some weird nonsensical way that it's Black women's fault. Having been around during this era and still knowing some of these people and the folks who consume their content, this whole world, this Hotep core content space is still alive and kicking on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. But early on, YouTube made it inhospitable to have this type of content on their platform. But that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of small black politics channels that still make similar stuff. Not all of it is AI slop, but a lot of it is just not very good, and most of it has really bad, even worse politics. But one thing I will point out is that despite the fact that it will be good for my channel, I don't want the people that watch this shit to watch my shit. Like, the people that are watching this stuff are old Gen X weirdos and anti-fans and like maybe some younger ones who also can be stalker adjacent and toxic as fuck. Basically black debate bro type people, if you will. I mentioned in that video that like I've gotten low-key stalkers that are fans of this type of content because these niggas don't have nothing else to do, and they will be in every video, 55 comments down, talking shit, doing all kinds of weird stuff. So the less contact my channel has with theirs, the better overall. I don't need these problems. But there is a more important population that I kind of want access to, also in this list of black people videos that also watch my videos. The problem is I have to figure out how to get them, and I kind of don't feel good about what that might mean. So along with the Hotep core content, right, you'll see what I call niggas can't get right content. This is content often done by people I won't outright call black conservative grifters, because some of them I don't think are, but some of them definitely are. They're also often made by younger black people, and that's why I'm trying to give grace, because I do think a lot of these young folks.
Yeah. There's a, oh, what is his name? Not Kareem. His name is something. It starts with a K. Who made a video about like black people and like the balloon popping thing and like black people and like the internet culture. And it's like, no, it's not Khalil. No, it's not Khalil. Cameron, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, like not outrightly political or whatever, but like YouTube has this guy, right? And it's not necessarily like a dig at him, but more just a contextualization of like the way like somebody like his position on like YouTube space operates, and that is just, you know, it's hard to explain. I'll let FD explain it and see if it fits this situation.
Just feel apart from what black media often promotes as blackness back to them. They are embarrassed and angry about how black people are depicted, and they don't like how they're treated and perceived. So they're slowly encroaching into Candace Owens, Thomas Sowell areas of thinking where they lash out explicitly at black people and black culture as the core of black people's problems, and not the bigger systemic stuff that they're...
Yeah, exactly. Again, this is no beef on Cameron specifically. Like we watched a couple of his videos and it's chill. But his video of like black YouTube has gotten even worse. Right? It felt as though it's like he's not wrong in this video, but it feels as though it's like the subject of the video being pointed directly at like black YouTube, as though it's like a specific issue within like, again, like black YouTube, and not something that is attributed to across the entire YouTube spectrum. It's like, why are we focusing on that like specifically, you know? It's just like a little interesting thing to focus on, that sort of stuff.
Low-key scared, or maybe don't even understand that they need to talk about. So instead they make videos complaining about Sexy Red and balloon pop videos. It's real.
Yeah, exactly. Is he a conservative though? Well, FD just said it's not about being a conservative or not being a conservative, right? It's about the line of thinking that goes into leads into conservatism. When you are so focused on like, Sexy Red and how Sexy Red twerking on Kai's stream is bad for the children, and how balloon pop videos are like the worst thing in the world, and that black people are should be stoned for doing like that sort of stuff. Like it leans into like those takes are not like inherently invalid, right? And they're not inherently conservative, right? But it does lean into a more conservative thinking about maybe it's more of a purity politic, maybe black sexuality being inherently bad and wrong, things of that nature, right? And so it's not all the way down as like conservatism, but it's something that can lead to the pipeline of conservatism. When you start watching about videos about how balloon pop videos are bad, or how Ice Spice twerking and she has no talent and she shouldn't be famous anyway, right? That's gonna lead you into thinking or into other videos about how black people are their own worst enemies, and black culture is violent culture, and gang violence is derivative of black culture, and therefore black culture is inherently violent, and things of that nature. It'll lead you down a pathway to arriving at conservatism. Omni gives you that vibe. I can see that. I think Omni's like not as bad on that, but I do think that like when you have when you do black content that is based in specifically black people are doing this thing and it's bad, and it's you leaning into like the purity content a little bit, right? That's what it can lead into, Is it reactionary thinking? I mean, it could be based in reactionary thinking, and it could be genuine and valid. Like I think this video from Cameron about like having the kid, like an 8 or 9 year old kid doing like the balloon pop videos and stuff like that is crazy, right? And so like this in a vacuum is not a bad video itself. I want to be very clear about that, but it's more about when your output is just, leaning into like purity content a little bit, then it's not great. Right? When you take certain aspects of like internet culture and like you put a hyper fixation on like the black version of it, and I think that's what FD is speaking about, right? It's black people being black people again type thing. About how OnlyFans ruin an entire generation is a bad video. Yeah. Again, it leans into like the purity content.
I'm not like other black people, I'm one of the good ones type energy, right? Like I guarantee that most of them are suburban black kids who have had to face the consequences of these types of stereotypes regularly in their daily lives in ways that are maybe unfamiliar to other black folks who grew up in black communities, and they have become very bitter about this. I've touched on this in a few pieces of content, including the aforementioned Bamboozled video if you want to watch. I can't remember where I got the phrase flying the milk from, but I often call it the flying the milk experience, because to me, that's often what produces this sentiment. When you are the only black child surrounded by other white children, that can be a very traumatic and like self-deluding experience that produces a lot of self-hatred that if you aren't around other black people, it's hard to get rid of. And then when you get around other black
so it's like that resentment that comes from that instance. Like if you're in a high school, you're a high schooler and you're a black kid surrounded by like white kids, right? And you see white kids putting a label on you that doesn't fit, you will grow up and you could have resentment for that label, like from those stereotypes, right? And so when you see black people who are actively embodying those said stereotypes, or not stereotypes, like where do stereotypes come from, right? Black people just being unapologetically black, right? You see that and you're like, oh, well, like I rejected the stereotypes that white people put on me, but you're actually doing those stereotypes. Therefore, you're bad and you're wrong. And it's a little bit shameful for that black kid, right? Who's now a black teenager or a black adult, right? Because they view that stereotype that was put onto them as wholly negative and not as derivative of the actual Black experience, right? Just removed from Black people. And therefore that now becomes like invalid, right? But that identity is now invalid to that specific Black person, right? Like a good example is like Black people who are like anti like rap music, right? Because you'll see like Black people be like, rap music is not real music. You need to listen to like some jazz, or you need to listen to some classical music, like some Mozart or whatever, right? And that comes from maybe when they were younger, they were being put into this box of like, this is what a Black person is, this is what you're supposed to like. And in an effort to reject that box, they end up rejecting the Black people who actually identify with those elements of Blackness. And then when they grow up and they see those Black people who identify with those elements of Blackness, right, they see that as them adhering to stereotypes and are then invalid, right? Or less valid as people. All right, and that's what the FD is describing here.
People, they smell that on you. They low-key don't want you around because they smell the anti-Blackness. It's really a lose-lose situation for them, which is why I try to hold space, because I also feel like a lot of these people, again, the ones who are young, can make it out of that space if given the right resources and opportunity. However, the success of these videos amongst what I assume is a Black audience is kind of concerning, and the problem with this ideology. We don't and have never been in control of our own images, and for generations now, certain images of Black culture have always been the most prominently promoted, partly because they're the most rewarded. And then for young Black people especially, who don't really have a good like lens for political analysis and understanding how these things work, it's easier for them to lash out at other Black people who are touchable and directly in their faces, than to lash out at the larger, more prominent system of white supremacy that influences this behavior. But I won't get too far into that. Pillboy, I'll leave a video of his in the description that really gets into this. All that said, while I find it concerning and frustrating that this is who I share parts of my Black audience with,
More talk, just
more resulting for the tier
subscribe.
1. Much appreciated.
it's probably a good thing that they might be exposed to the opposite of what this content suggests. I don't want this video to have people think that there's an absence of Black content creators or Black people watching YouTube content. That's just not true. There's just not a huge breadth of Black political content creators, at least not ones at a higher level. But there's plenty of Black people.
This is true, right? This is something that I've talked about as well. And it kind of was the basis around the video that like made a lot of people mad that I made. It didn't make a lot of people mad. But definitely did get some backlash. That is Hassan should not platform D Withers. And that this is a disparity, right? There is a, disproportionately small amount of Black political content creators who are operating at a high level. Right? It's just not a thing that happens. At least not as often as it maybe should. Right? That's just the case. And it's something that we, as a streaming landscape, should try to look at it addressing. Right? Because the Black experience is important for, especially if you are a leftist, to get from Black people. Right? It's all well and good if you talk to a white creator and they talk about their experience about, being anti-Black and then coming around to Black people's positionality and experiences. That's all well and good to get that perspective, but it's equally as important, if not, actually I'll say it's more important, to hear the perspective of Black people from Black people talking about their own lived experiences, right? And that is necessary, especially if you're coming from a right-wing background, right? Especially if you were like a formerly racist person who is like changing their mind and trying to learn and grow. Right? Because if you don't do that, right? If you don't hear the perspective of Black people, right? When another white person comes along saying like, hey, I'm on my journey too, I'm learning and growing. You're like, okay, come on in. Come on in. No, don't need to take your shoes off or anything. Just come on in, just, walk around, have fun. And they come in with mud on their feet, right? They come in with mud on their feet and they're tracking mud up and down the leftist house. Right? And so it's necessary that if you went and actually talked to the black people in the space from the lived experience, right, they would have told you, hey, when people come in here, well, first of all, make sure you got no mud on your feet. Cool, sick, awesome, no mud on your feet. When people come in here, first thing you do is check to see if they have mud on their feet, right? So now you know, now you've learned that when somebody comes in and tries to enter in the space, make sure they're not tracking in stuff from out there back over here, right? And if you don't do that, if you don't talk to the black people who are in the space, right, who have a lived experience in the space, then you're going to allow people to just be walking in without wiping their feet, and you're going to get somebody like Ethan Klein, right? You're going to see somebody who looks like you, who you identify with, somebody who had a racist past, who's trying to learn and grow from it. And you're not going to force them to do the work required, right, to fully unlearn, make sure that they are clean, right? Make sure that they are clean before they come and start trekking mud everywhere. And so then they're going to start trekking mud everywhere, and then the house is going to be dirty. To avoid that from happening, you have to do the work to ensure that, like, they understand that you can't come in here with mud on your feet, right? You can't come in here with your bigoted beliefs. And after they unlearn that, then they can be allowed in the space, right? But you're only going to get that if you've talked to the people who understand that, like, hey, we don't like mud here. With this mud analogy, thank you. I just came up with it myself. There might be dog poo on his feet too. True. I did a party here, so I might be missing the point entirely, but I feel like I don't need to get a perspective on racism from Hassan or any other online content creators, because I know a lot of black people and we talk about this stuff IRL. I mean, sure, but like, it's more about, it's further past exactly what you're getting for your perspective, and also about just, you know, the black creators themselves and their perspectives being heard in general, right? And so if you're like, I don't need to listen to black people or understand black experience, right? Because I have black friends in real life, but I'll still watch Hassan for these other things, right? Then, like, again, we've arrived at the position where we're like promoting and supporting people just by the very nature of them being like formally racist, as opposed to people who've experienced racism in the first place. Like in this video about Dean Withers, right? Like, the point that I'm making in this video is specifically that we, as the left, promote voices of people who are formerly racist because they somehow have a unique perspective about how to deal with racism or how to unlearn or change people's mind for racism. And what that does is that leaves out the black people who have the lived experience to speak about that in order to promote the formerly racist teen people or whatever, right? Sure, I mean, talk about like that. Also, I lost these glasses. I have no idea where they went now. So I broke these glasses and I lost these glasses. So my glasses are kind of cooked.
With large channels doing other types of content. Just the other day, I rediscovered a creator named Corporate, who I remember blowing up on Facebook probably in like the late 2010s, that's from Chicago. Corporate makes comedic and dramatic hood stories as well as independent music in Chicago, and he has over 2.7 million subscribers and releases 30-minute long videos, which is not short, every few months that all do pretty well. There's also a ton of streamers posting their highlights on YouTube and getting plenty of views. Then there's the world of hair and skincare for black women creators, and that remains robust, and I think black women political creators have a lot less of a problem than, you know, black male creators, to be honest. Black media consumption is a unique thing, and it can't be easily predicted or explained all the time, but I do think there's—
Black friends doesn't take away the fact that there needs to be more black representation in media outside of typical stereotype outlets that white America props up. I mean, true.
Some interesting stuff to think about or learn from, at least what I'm
saved at least. Yes, they are. Yes. It's stuck on my freaking hair. Okay. Yes, they are.
seeing based on my own analytics, which again, may not be the same for you. So the first lesson I want other Black creators to take away is don't beat yourself up about missing a Black audience. If you are successful on this platform, if you have a large audience on this platform and you're not doing certain genres, you're probably going to get a large white audience in the process. There's certain genres and styles of media that are popular with Black people and white people. If you're successful, the sheer mathematics of it all means you will probably have a predominantly white audience. Shows like Atlanta and The Wire and Insecure are very much Black shows that don't do a whole lot to pander to a white audience the same way something like, I don't know, Blackish did.
This system has never worked for us. Southern Tree. But we still play ball.
Most successful rappers have predominantly.
They did not say that in the show. In the arms of the angels.
Scribble and Dibble just subscribed. Oof, not this show.
Bro, Black is just so funny.
White audiences. Kendrick Lamar's music is inherently Black, yet his audience is becoming more and more white by the day because of his success and exposure. And please understand, for those of you who have been fans for a while, he's always had a large white audience. There's some people with weird opinions who think this makes him a white people rapper, and I side-eye that because I've never heard someone describe NBA YoungBoy as a white people rapper or Lil Yachty as a white people rapper, even though their audiences are probably even more white than Kendrick Lamar's. True. This particular criticism, you have a white audience, so you're invalid, is probably saying more about the person making that criticism than the person being criticized. Another thing to point out is that there's also just a smaller pool of Black political content consumers. This is not to say that Black people aren't politically inclined. We're probably more politically inclined than anyone in this country, but consuming politics as entertainment is a whole other organism than being politically inclined. For a lot of Black people, politics is painful. It's not something we passively engage with because the subject matter is often like literally us in our reality. To a white viewer, a video about Black radical movements from the 60s to now is a passive history lesson that they can view from a distance. To me, it's low-key family lore. Making that Hotep video meant engaging with patterns of trauma in my past and barriers to success in my future and my children's future. Considering that a lot of people watch YouTube videos while they're cooking or on the toilet, they might not want to engage with such heavy material. So it makes sense. And this isn't uniquely Black. Most people in America are not overly engaged in politics. Our political reality.
Not all of it. I have to go back and watch the full thing. We watched like 30 minutes of it here, I think, on stream. But I need to finish it.
Tell you that Hassan will never do Mr. Beast numbers, with neither will Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson for this reason. So no matter what your politics is, a lot of people want to keep politics out because they don't want to deal with the heaviness and reality that politics present to them. I don't think it's a coincidence that the #1 consumers of political content are straight white men, probably by a disproportionate margin, and this is on either side of the political aisle, because at the end of the day, they're never really the subject of what's being discussed in a political piece, so they get to engage with it passively from a distance, and remember that for a few moments from now. All this said, though, I don't want to make this full of excuses. A lot of us Black political content creators are not doing enough to meet folks where they are, folks as in our folks. Yes, overall YouTube as a platform doesn't cater to Black people, and yes, the population of Black consumers is small by comparison, but if the goal is to spread certain ideas and promote certain political action, we need to get out of our comfort zone more than we are. Either that means doing what is this line? Either that means doing like I tried to do. Fuck, what was I writing?
That's how it be.
B-sides videos. You can tell sometimes I wrote these in a short period of time. You might think you're gonna like make the dopest political treatise on racism or capitalism or whatever, but if it's just like hardcore, like reading quotes from a book and stuff, it's not gonna get attention from the people that you really want to read it the most. You probably do need to spend some time doing good old media analysis and kind of weave things in. That's why I'm really proud of my Black Panther video where I'm bringing up Pan-Africanism in a movie that low-key is anti-Pan-Africanism. Long-form video essays aren't for—
Yeah, Black Panther is such an interesting one, because like, it's not terrible. I found the scouter. Boom. Oh, okay. It's not that deep. You're just a liberal. That's all it is. You're just libbed up.
For most people, let alone black folks. So I've also been trying to do more shorts. I started the podcast and I'm even getting to streaming on Twitch. Look out for that in the description. I'm even thinking about putting my videos on Tubi. That may sound like pandering or dumbing things down, but if you think that, you're probably an asshole who shouldn't be taken seriously. Going back to the
There's been worse things on Tubi, like lower quality production than like YouTube videos, 100%. I didn't. Can you put stuff on Tubi? Can I stream on Tubi? That'd be sick. That'd be awesome.
Voice Watkins type folks, for them, consuming political content was low-key a flex, like developing a flex they could have on other people to show that they knew more about what was going on than others. It was what like the negative connotation woke would be. You know, it's how we again got that term hotep. It was people that weren't digging into political ideology for reasons that were other than self-gain. And don't get me wrong, I get that appeal, but if that's all you're here for, that's low-key why I'm not doing as much political content as I used to. But when I do political content, not fun and games videos.
He said do.
Like I'm always gonna do hip hop videos. I got anime videos, etc. But when I do political videos, it's for the purpose of spreading certain ideas, and it can't just be regurgitating them back to an audience that already knows them. So no, if I put video essays on Tubi, that's not dumbing it down. That's putting it in the presence of the people that I want to see it the most. And God willing, if there's success capturing the attention of folks off Tubi or podcast short or live stream hot take, then maybe they'll sit down for the longer video essay. And then if they watch that, maybe they'll go steps further, do some independent reading, go to a meeting, organize an event. The goal isn't just making content for content's sake. I will always do that because I love making videos, but there's more to it than that. Now, remember when I said earlier that white people, especially white men, can pretty easily engage in political content because they're never the subject of it? Well, what if I told you that I'm working on something that changes this, at least for a moment? Last year, I did multiple interviews with white creators on YouTube, with their whiteness actually being the point of the conversation. It's called Talking to White People, and for once, it centers whiteness specifically as the topic of discussion, instead of it always being about some other group, as if whiteness doesn't have really important, significant things for us to critically think about. This video has been getting rave reviews to the point where I've gotten a lot of messages asking me to put it on YouTube so that everyone can see it, and there can be some wide discussions in the comments and all of that. But unfortunately, for the foreseeable future, that's not going to happen. You'll only be able to see this video on my streaming service, Nebula. Some of you might know Nebula as a streaming service where some of YouTube's best creators.
That's crazy. We got added on, chat. We got segued.
Have unfiltered content. But recently, Nebula has been focused on seeing exactly what all these talented creators can do when they have more resources and support. And thus, Nebula has went from being just a YouTube-driven streaming service to an independent production company. And along with my new project, Talking to White People, we also have full documentaries from Tom Nicholas, where he examines the baby boomer generation and how they're low-key ruining the world. We have short films from Jesse Gender and Philosophy Tube, reality shows with a bevy of creators, travel shows, narrative podcasts, as well as a ton of content from big creators like Lindsay Ellis, Jacob Geller, and Real Life Lore that can't be found anywhere on YouTube. We're talking thousands of hours of content that only exists there. And Talking to White People is included in that, but it's also just the beginnings, hopefully, of a bigger project that I have planned out. This is not the end of what I think this concept could be, but I need people to see it and get excited for it and engage with what I've made thus far, which means that I need you to sign up for Nebula to go watch it. Because Nebula is independent, we're not partnering with Google or some other big tech company. We are not ran or owned by venture capitalists or NFT weirdos. We come directly to you all for support.
But if NFT weirdos and venture capitalists want to support a leftist streaming service, give me the money and I'll build it out. I'm just saying.
We only make money when you click the link in the description and sign up or follow the QR code on the screen. By signing up today, it helps me in general, but it also shows support for projects I'm trying to line up and that every other creator there is trying to do. So please support me by signing up today. Thank you so much to Nebula for sponsoring the video. Thank you to watching to this point. I'm FD Signifier, and this has been Light Work.
I remember, it's kind of crazy. I remember, what was it, like 3-4 years ago almost at this point, where I used to like watch FD Signifier videos. And then I was so inspired that I made my own FD Signifier style video. And that like started out my like full content creation career back in the day. That was pretty cool. That was fun. Oh, I'm curious about this. This actually looks interesting. Deep Sean lore? I mean, it's not that deep. The deep lore would be me when I worked in Nevada, digging holes for nuclear tests. Or nuclear fallout, actually. Now that would be deep lore. Covered this. Covered this.
When today's rich,
I do want to watch this as well. I also want to talk about the Adin Loss situation too. Has Adin even streamed yet? I don't know.
Has been unbanned. I know a lot of you guys have
Okay, now this is kind of loud in my ears.
been demanding my take on this. And
wrongfully convicted of stealing baseball players' shoes from a charity event? No.
I don't really have a take on it, honestly. I don't know what the Twitch was thinking. I hope that he doesn't violate the terms of service in the most egregious ways that he had been if he was on Twitch.
What's his Twitch account? Is Adin Loss? Yeah, chat saying they couldn't find it. I literally just looked up Adin Loss Twitch and I found it. It's right here.
For the past 2 years. Wait, did they reban him again? No. They rebanned him already? I don't think that's the case. There's a Adin Ross cousin account with
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because he was banned so long that like they purged his following or something like that. We also just check streamer bans. Well, he's not partnered either. Huh. They reset his following for some reason. He was in 100 yesterday. Yeah, he might have reset its followings. I don't know actually though. I'm not sure.
with 281,000 followers, but I don't think he's banned. I'm in a unique predicament here because, like, obviously deplatforming, aggressively, people have come after me to try to deplatform me. Having said that, there are understandable,
and I think that's the reason why Adin Loss got unbanned. If you ask me, Sean, what do you think is the reason Adin Loss got unbanned? I think the criticism that Twitch was getting about like Adin Loss being banned but Hassan not being banned, or they're showing like terrorist propaganda, is a way for them to like skirt that criticism, right? Because like they don't want to ban Hassan, but they hate having to deal with like people being like, oh, well, why is this person banned and Hassan not banned or whatever. And so that, on top of like Kai Cenat vouching for Adin to be unbanned, and on top of other viewers vouching for Adin to be unbanned. Let's see. Kai Cenat pushed for Adin Loss Twitch unbanned amid rumors of Kick departure. During recent live stream, Cenat addressed his audience saying, I'm going to try one last time to get him unbanned. I'm going to try one last time, bro, on Twitch. Comment reflects Cenat's ongoing efforts to persuade Twitch to reconsider their decisions. He had previously revealed plans to secure Adin Loss unbanning in December 2024, aiming for a potential Christmas collaboration. Ross had voiced his desire to return to Twitch, citing his inability to collaborate with Twitch streamers as a significant limitation. In earlier discussions, Senat disclosed that the Twitch CEO, Dan Clancy, indicated that Ross must demonstrate behavioral changes for the ban to be lifted. Senat, one of the most prominent figures, has a history of advocating for fellow streamers in 2023. He publicly appealed to Dan Clancy to reinstate ISO speed, a request that was eventually granted months later. His push for Ross' return highlights his influence and dedication to his peers in the streaming community. Honestly, it's so lame. Hassan doesn't even try to talk to Twitch about his shit or his hate campaign. I mean, you don't know what Hassan has tried to talk to Twitch about, like just like legitimately. You have no clue. I know the convo always goes here, but how do all these young creators still think positive with Adin? Hassan constantly said that he doesn't. There's no reason to doubt him. I mean, Hassan does not say I have not talked to Twitch about, you know, Adin Ross or whatever. From what I understand, I don't watch Hassan like every second of every day, but that's not a thing that Hassan has said. Are they friends, or does Adin have dirt on Kai? Not like Adin. I don't think Adin has dirt on Kai, right? Like, I don't think most streamers care, except for like maybe like a surface level, how it looks for them kind of way about like what other streamers do. You know what I mean? Like even take something that's like cut and dry as like the Dr. Disrespect situation, right? Most streamers didn't even care about Dr. Disrespect like messaging a minor, right? It was something that they could joke about, right? Something that they can farm Twitter likes on, but it wasn't like I'm like ideologically against Dr. Disrespect because of this, and we need to like, you know, shutter him from the streaming landscape or whatever. Like it was just like, oh look, it's funny thing, he admitted to it, LOL, and that was it, right? And it goes for like the entire streaming landscape, right? Yeah, because it's a thing. I say it all the time. It's a thing that I have coined called the thin purple line. Most streamers do not and will not actually engage with, you know, or take an ideological stance on anything. Right? And there's a reason for it. Like, Cinna was getting drugged on Twitter yesterday. Drug? For being super, like, milquetoast on Adin.
Did Adin Ross get unbanned? Did he? I saw it, but then I saw that people were saying he didn't. He did? Oh, that's dope. People are saying, sadly, you know, people can change. You know what I mean? Hopefully, let's say, hopefully, like, he doesn't keep baiting, you know, the white supremacists, everything like that. I think people can change. You know what I mean? I think he, you know, did shitty stuff before. Hopefully he changes. If he doesn't, then I'm sure Twitch will deal with it. You know what I mean? But hopefully he does. I don't think that half the stuff he does, you know, would be allowed on Twitch anyway. So, you know, kind of is what it is. It's one of those things. But I do think it's like Twitch permanently banning people.
No, chill on Cinna. I'll say, I would defend Cinna on this. Like, this is the most you're going to get from people, chat. Legitimately. I don't like the take, right? But this is the most you're going to get. That's it. This is the most you're going to get. I think my take is that what Cinna is saying here is correct, but he has not demonstrated that he has changed. And it feels like Twitch is rewarding him for his shitty behavior, even though there was been zero demonstration of accountability, of change that he's had at all, right? But I think calling this out itself is, you know, is my expectation for like what like a streamer is going to say, right? And considering the fact that people are like, you know, celebrating finally Adin Ross is back on the platform, we love that, let's go Adin, we love you Adin, or whatever. Like, just acknowledging that he has to change, or he can't keep doing the same thing he was doing, is decent. in my personal opinion. Right? But the streamer is an entertainer unless they state themselves to be political. I expect the baseline lib take from them. Yeah. Right? And what y'all don't understand, because you are not streamers, you're not under the microscope of like the insane people online. Like Cinna and like Ray and Emery were just harassed in person and had their lives threatened by an insane stalker. And you're like, fuck Cinna for not coming out and saying, you know, Adin Loss is like disgusting, you know, piece of shit Nazi or whatever. Like he and his incel community can go like, you know, take a dive off a cliff or something. You know what I mean? Like I understand why you want streamers to say that, but I'm telling you that like streamers aren't going to say that. They're not going to say that. They're not going to do that. Right. And even giving this take, Cinna was drugged through the mud. Like even in these comment section. Right. You see that when Hassan started talking about Adin's fans, and Hassan haters just started posting Hassan's address in chat. It was wild. Some people are. I did not see that. Must have seen Asmin spiking viewership and trying to cash in. Who is they? Who did the stalker watch? We don't know, actually. I don't even know the stalker was found, honestly. I know what happens, but again, excuse people, especially streamers, should be open about it and distance themselves from actual Nazis. This is my only opinion on this, and I'm telling you that you're not gonna get that. That's what I'm telling you, right? And again, you're not the person getting fucking death threats. I am the person getting death threats, right? And so it's very easy to sit on a high horse and say you need to say this and that about this person, right? When you're not the person getting death threats, when you're not the person who's being doxxed, who's getting like your family's being called, right, by this insane people. So I understand why streamers would be apprehensive about taking a hardline stance against Adin Loss when like he's being supported by the biggest streamer on the platform, right? And how, you know, the other people in the space that you occupy, right? Like I don't have the expectation. Right? You gotta give a comment on it though. I think it's fine to say that I hope he's changed. Right? I think that's an entirely fair take. Right? To be like, I hope he's changed. I hope he's different than he was in the past. Right? I hope he stops doing the white supremacist stuff. That's completely fair. Right? That was my take on like pretty much anybody. Because like Cinna doesn't control who gets banned and unbanned. Right? So Adin Loss is going to be on the platform, regardless of what Cinna says or doesn't say. So, you know, pick your battles, you know? Yeah, Twitch unbanned him, so I hope he's different than he was in the past. Or I hope he stops doing the white supremacist stuff he did in the past. That stuff was bad. It's a totally normal take. Right?
Somebody go get that
it is.
penny.
Mortal, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, and Anonymous gifted, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. My citations were from Twitch, but they went up. Your take on Discord is very on point. This is the end point of what happened when streamers when stop inviting me to events. Yeah, and that's what I wanted to get to as well. Right? And that is like, we've only arrived at this position because of what has happened previously in the past, when he never just demonstrated that he's changed, people trying to rehabilitate his image back then, right? At this point where Twitch has like unbanned him, like there's nothing a streamer can do except for just like, you know, be like, because Hassan had this take as well, right? Hassan was like, hopefully he's different. Hopefully he's changed. Hopefully he stops doing stuff that he was doing in the past. Hassan has said that yesterday, right? Like, so it's not like that much different than Hassan's take. You feel me? But like, there should be more left than Hassan. True. Right? But the point is that when the entire situation because I want to zoom out from this Adin Loss position specifically and into the wider discourse. This only is allowed to be in this place in the first place because of the efforts to like whitewash his legacy. Whitewash his legacy like years ago. Right? And like the extension of like the olive branch to Adin Loss being invited to the Streamer Awards, even though he's like turned it down. And acting as though like he's just a streamer whose like opinions we disagree with and not somebody who has placated Nazis, cultivated an audience of Nazis, is a white supremacist, collaborates with like actual out and about Nazis. I don't think he should have been invited to Streamer Awards, or like full stop, right? But that like leads into him being like his legacy or his harm being mitigated, right? He can't be all that bad if he's being invited to like the Streamer Awards, you know? Yeah, he can't be all that bad, even though he is all that bad, you know? But like I feel like we should have like, you know, and it also, the part that also sucks is that like he is rewarded for just being shitty. He got banned on Twitch, helped found Kick, the Nazi pedophile website for Twitch streamers, or at least was involved in like that process. One of the first big streamers to go to Kick, like, you know, pocketed millions of dollars from Kick, promoting gambling to kids, showing porn to his underage audience, you know, introducing his audience to Nazis and things of that nature. Would you not do the same if you were in his position? What are you talking about? Like Adin Loss? I would not be a Nazi. Right? Doing all of that stuff, pocketing millions of dollars from Kick, and then leaving Kick once he got his bag or whatever. What would you do different? Not be a Nazi. It's pretty simple and easy. And then now he's getting like invited back to Twitch. And this is exactly what I was talking about with like this video, Such Not Platform Dean Withers, where I talked about Ethan as well, where as a society, we have a lot of leeway for like a white kid turned white, adult who is, formerly racist and being like, oh, they could change potentially in the future. Therefore, we must support them because maybe they will be allowed to change, right? Even though they have not demonstrated they actually were going to change or did change in the first place, right? And that's what sticks out to me. Because it happened with Ethan too. Ethan had not demonstrated that he has changed. Ethan had not demonstrated that he was different, right? But he was rewarded with a large left-wing audience without having to actually do the work of demonstrating that he had changed. And then lo and behold, he didn't change, right? And now we're in this situation with Ethan. And now with Adin, we are all hopeful that maybe he'll change or maybe he'll be different or maybe he won't be a Nazi. But he has not demonstrated that he's not a Nazi or that he doesn't support Nazis, right? But like, he's now being rewarded for being a Nazi because he could potentially stop being a Nazi if he is rewarded for it, which doesn't make sense, right? Because he's being rewarded for being a Nazi. He's making $1 million doing what he's doing. He won't change when he talks, bro. And I'm not saying he won't change, because he could change, right? I'm of the mind that people can very well change. Right? People can change. My issue is not with people changing or not changing. My issue is that as a society, we don't support change. We support the idea of change, right? Or we support the potential for change. And that's really it. We don't reward people for changing. We reward people for just believing that they can change in the future, potentially. I agree with you. Got to keep an open mind at least. Not really. Not for him being unbanned on Twitch. I feel like he needed to demonstrate that he has changed before being unbanned on Twitch. There is nothing that he has done from being on Kick, getting mad at Eddie on Kick, to being unbanned on Twitch. Nothing that has happened has demonstrated that he's any different. And I'm fine with having an open mind. I'm fine with allowing people to change and to grow. But he's demonstrated less than nothing, right? To actually change and growing. There hasn't. He's not demonstrated anything. Adin Loss won't change because he doesn't have a genuine incentive anymore, especially with a platform as we can say inferior culture. If he a top streamer on Twitch, can now cater to the platform to both sides. He already grifted to a point where he believes his grift. He hung out with Andrew Tate a few days back and posted about it and just play it safer, smarter because he already won. When Trump won, reform comes with self-awareness. Awareness is the wrong kind. Yeah. You're allowed to change, but you're not owed a platform. Be a better person for the sake of being a better person. I mean, yeah. But again, I think that this is only happening, right, to get people off Twitch's back about Hassan. Right? It won't work, right? Which is why I think it's stupid to do regardless. Like, they're still gonna be like, oh, well, like, Hassan's still on this platform, and even though you unbanned, right? Even though you unbanned freaking, you know, Adin Loss, and even though Asmongold is spewing Nazi propaganda, right? Destiny is still banned. So, like, you have to unban Destiny. And if they unban Destiny, they're gonna be like, oh, well, like, Hassan is still worse than all three of those people, so you need to still ban. It doesn't matter, right? I think Twitch is placating to the people that just, you know, wants them to fail regardless, right? Or just wants Hassan to be deplatformed regardless. That's it. I mean, I think Adin will be rebranded within the year for something, or rebanned within a year for something. Maybe, but like my problem is that now that he's unbanned, he's gonna have a lot of leeway, right? In a way that like I don't have as a streamer, right? He's gonna have a direct line of communication with Twitch, right? Or like through Kai to Twitch, and so he can just like appeal to Twitch directly when he does something to get like a day ban or a week ban or a month ban, and to skirt by the perma, right? He has like direct line of access to the CEO. Like, casually have Nick Fuentes on stream? No, I don't think he will have Nick Fuentes on stream. At least not immediately. I think this will enable all the other gross kick streamers to come back to Twitch and flood the site with their toxicity. But that's what Twitch wants, though. That's the thing, right? As soon as they stop paying them, they're going to come back. Twitch CEO thinks kick streamers will eventually come back to the platform. And then Twitch is placating the only people giving them shit, though. Like, if people organize around the massive amounts of racism and ableist from top creators, they need to do something about it. No, they won't. I mean, go for it. We can try to yell about Adin Loss and freaking how bad he is or whatever, but like Asmongold is still the third largest creator on the entire platform. And I'm gonna be real, in the last year, Asmongold has said worse shit than Adin Loss has said. You know what I mean? Like, he has. Asmongold has said, like, worse shit than Adin Loss has said. And he's still there. Is Nick Fuentes on Kick or YouTube? I've never seen him. He's on freaking Rumble. And he appears on Kick streams and stuff. Which if freaking Asmongold thought he can get away with it, then he would do it as well. He tried to like stream with like Dan Can't Stream before Dan got banned on Twitch. if given the opportunity, and he thought he can get away with it, Asmongold would have Nick Fuentes also on stream. Trust and believe. And he's doing like Nazi apologia to a larger audience currently right now. So that's what we've arrived at. But I want to bring up, where's it at? Destiny? Okay, I'm curious.
In recent news, Adin Loss, after 2 years, has been unbanned from Twitch, and his account for some of the most loyal fans noticed earlier today that his account has been restored. When manually searching up on Twitch, his account's not appearing in search results as of yet, so it might take some time to appear, but many have shared on Twitter that he has been unbanned, and here is some of the streamers' reactions.
A lot of people second chances. I think right now, I'm really curious to see if they're going to unban Destiny. I am. Because if they unbanned, there is no universe where Adin Loss didn't do something worse than Destiny. Literally no observable universe in which Destiny was worse than Adin Loss. We'll see what happens. Not with a pending court case. I think that Twitch might not unban him for that reason. They're concerned that basically, and this is the issue, is that I think that anybody who's had like legal trouble or legal issues, that kind of person probably will still get in trouble or will probably still stay banned because they just don't want to have that for liability and lawsuit's sake. But other than that, I could see a lot of people getting unbanned and this to be a normal thing.
Asmongold referenced Ross's past controversies, including targeting fellow streamer Hassan Abi and making contentious remarks about transgender individuals as factors.
Contentious remarks. Thank you, Streamer TV, for your enlightening commentary.
Complicating his reinstatement. He noted that these actions make it more challenging to justify Ross's unbanning compared to other cases. Despite his reservations, Asmongold speculated that Twitch's decision might signal a shift in its moderation policies. He expressed hope that Ross would adhere to community guidelines moving forward. What are your guys' thoughts on Asmongold's response? Let me know in the comments. Bad take here, Asmon. Sure, innocent until proven guilty, but Twitch is a company and has to protect its interests by keeping Destiny out until the trial is over, as a precaution.
Adin never stuff. I want to see if there's anything else relatively useful. I don't even know who this person is, honestly. I don't care about the rest of this. I did want to see,
I wake up, open my phone, and this is what I see, bro. This is what I see, bro. Oh my God. Finally! Finally! Thank you, bro. It's about time. It's been 2 years. Give him another chance.
This is FaZe Lacey, a part of FaZe Clan.
Adin is finally unbanned. The GOAT of streaming. The pioneer of this shit. You guys know how much I used to watch Adin. My GOAT. I love Adin. Finally unbanned. He deserves it, bro. I really hope he comes back to Twitch and streams on Twitch. But I don't know if it's gonna happen.
And this is going into my wider point as well. And this is kind of what happens. And I understand Hassan's point of like reaching out to like a normie audience, but this is kind of what happens when you reach out to a normie audience, because like this is who the normie audience is. Like there could be some benefit in like introducing like the normie audience to like your politics and like getting them okay with like a left-wing perspective, but like, you know, they're still fucking losers at the end of the day. Like, it is what it is. Again, it didn't take viewers from other these streamers. It's not like he's bringing people to Twitch. It's about like the collaborations and stuff like that. And also, like as Lacey said, like, he said he's like inspired by Adin. He called Adin the pioneer of streaming. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's about like being able to create content. And you'll see Adin on like the FaZe Boys streams. You'll see Adin on Kai's stream. You will. I don't know about Speed though. Right? Because Speed before Adin like moved permanently to Kick, when Adin was like on YouTube doing YouTube stuff, Speed was like distancing himself from Adin. So I don't know, but you will see Adin on like on Kai's stream, on the Faceboy stream. Like that's just, you are going to see that, right? You're going to see Adin like reintegrated within the streaming landscape. You know, you are.
Who knows? Maybe he'll stay on Kick. Maybe he'll still come back to Twitch. Who knows? But at the least, I can do streams with Adin again. I can play games at night with Adin.
Has the whole top of the platform gone insane? Why are they celebrating a dude who does Nazi apology and getting unbanned? Because it doesn't matter, chat. That's it. The people who have an issue with it are either not going to speak on it, or they're going to give like a lukewarm, like, I hope he's changed, I hope he's different, right? That's it. That's it. That like, otherwise, they're not going to speak on it. Adin's audience are insane. And the other people who do like Adin, like I think Lacey actually does like Adin. I think Kai actually does like Adin, right? You're going to be standing against like the powerhouses of the streaming industry, of the streaming landscape, right? And they don't want that. They want to go live, do their content, and have their business minded. Not minded. They want to mind their own business, essentially, right? And so they don't want to be the person who starts up trouble or starts or has any issues, right? Or is the fuddy-duddy, if you will. Some also are, for some reason, trying to separate him from his audience action, like Jason. Well, Jason is doing that because, like, I believe, again, I don't know these people, because, like, his friends, like Lacey, are supporting his return, right? Because if Jason is like, fuck Adin, I don't like Adin, Adin sucks, right? And and then, like, Lacey was like, I love Adin, we're glad Adin is, you know, is back or whatever. That causes like unnecessary division between like the FaZe boys who like do collaborate together, right? Like that's sort of why. And so I saw Jason's statement. I think Jason's statement was kind of similar to Cinna's statement, in that they don't want to like actually stir up trouble or issues. And more just being like, I you know, either I hope Adin's different or I hope Adin's changed, and Adin's audience needs to chill out and cool it a little bit, because they don't want to actually, you know, actually have or draw any issues.
I'll wake up.
Oh, I have this open already. You see.
Adin got unbanned, okay? And my the face comms is going crazy right now, bro. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. And I just want to say this, bro. Okay? Me personally, me and Adin never had a problem, bro. Me and his comm, though, it's still AR loyals. They're weird, bro. I'm not gonna lie. They're still weird to me. But he did a good thing in deleting his comm, bro. So, because I did get doxxed by the AR loyals, bro. Pizzas was sent to my house for however long, you know what I mean? But me and Adin personally, I had no problem with Adin ever, bro. So stop painting the narrative that we are beefing, bro. That's not a real thing. Okay? So chill out with the Adins, all right? I've always, as y'all know, FaZe speaks highly of him in the house, bro. So I can't form my own opinions because I have never met him, okay? So. Yeah.
Like it's pretty, honestly, not a terrible clip actually. I think this is fine.
So y'all can say whatever y'all want. The opinions don't really matter to me, bro. I don't really care, but hey, hopefully the unban will make him do positive things on Twitch, bro. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna see, right? You're gonna see that from people. Like, hopefully he changes. Hopefully he's different now. It's harder when he lives with Adin fans too. Yeah, like his like the people like who's like friends with him, right, are like super pro Adin. And so he's not gonna be out here and be like, you know, fuck Adin, Adin's gross and disgusting, right? Because like Adin could be going to the FaZe house, you know what I mean? Like, if Lacey has Adin over, then you gotta deal with that. And so, again, I'm not saying that like streamers shouldn't come out and actually be, you know, hard or strict on Adin or whatever. But like what do you do? What do you do? Like, Twitch unbanned him. But what do you do? Because you're going to devolve into the current Twitter at this rate, both sizing people like this is extremely predictable at this point. Yeah. Twitch is putting them in that situation. Yeah. If anything, FaZe and Kai are spineless dumbasses. They're not spineless, chat. That implies that like they want to stand up to Adin, but they're not going to. No, they're not spineless. They're pro Adin. They're pro Adin. That they are like, yes, we love Adin. That's not them not taking a position. They're taking a position and they like Adin. That's the position that they're taking. They're not spineless. Like, they are pro Adin. I have no idea who most of these people are. I've literally never heard of Lacey or Jason before today. I mean, they're a large streamer. They are some of the largest streamers on the platform. Right? So I don't know. I don't know. I think you're gonna see normie streamers just either not talk about it or have that same take of being like, oh, well, you know, hopefully he's better now that he's unbanned. Right? And honestly, the worst thing you might see is an olive branch extended to Adin. Right? You might see Adin getting invites to events, not just from like Kai and like FaZe boys, but like from like the other sectors of the streaming landscape. Right? I'm not saying you are going to see that, but I'm saying that there's a decent chance that there might be like the olive branch to like to Adin to, you know, be like, yo, welcome back on Twitch, you know, or whatever. Adin is not going to call it to the majority report. I don't know.
And the game nights are gonna hit. Oh my god. Nobody, literally, I try to have a game night every night and I just get, no one wants to play games. I know Adin don't play games. Not again.
Asmon, Adin collab win?
Okay, not again.
Honestly, you're talking like two apex predators. Would they collaborate together? Maybe. But I can also see Asmon doesn't need Adin. And Adin has his own base of support from like the FaZe boys and Kai and all those people. So honestly, they might not like each other, like legitimately. They might not actually engage with each other because they occupy the same space. And like Asmon's not like pro Adin either. Asmon is like more pro Destiny than he is pro Adin. And like anti Hassan, right? So they're both Nazis with Nazi fan bases. Yeah, but like maybe like Asmon will view it as like Adin trying to step on his turf a little bit. You know? What do I know? What do I know? I'm not gonna watch this video, but like, yeah. I don't know. There's nothing much we can do about it. And like, we'll see. We'll see what this means. They're two completely different audiences, like water and oil. The W/hype X neat communities. Actually, let's continue with this.
There are understandable there are understandable enforcement decisions that platforms need to take. If you're constantly having Nazis on your platform, it's like not just clown behavior. That's something that like
good chemistry, to be honest. I mean, yeah, because like somebody needs to have the brain cells, you know, and I don't think either have the brain cells.
Obviously no one wants to have on their platform with the exception of Kick. Okay. And considering,
and I definitely see this, and the positive here, the upside of this is Kick going under. Legitimately, this is Kick going under. Not specifically because Adin is leaving, but because like Kick only exists as a place where like banned streamers from Twitch go. Like there's a reason why they're reaching out to me, trying to get me onto Kick. You know what I mean? They need people, they need bodies, they need audiences. So, you know what I mean? This is Kick being Kick. Being kicked, if you will, down the ladder. Because if banned streamers can just end up back on Twitch, and Kick is not giving people, you know, contracts anymore, which they're not. Kick has stopped giving people contracts. People are just going to go back to where the large audience is, and that's on Twitch. Kick's promised revenue for booting up a stream is far less stable for sure. Yeah. Like they'll tell me, hey, you could make from within $10,000 to $20,000 the last 30 days if you were on Kick. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to be getting 800 viewers on freaking Kick. I'm going to be getting like 80. Maybe. If that. If I was on freaking Kick. So, yeah. Yeah. So, that's not happening. So does this maybe Kick being on its last legs as the contracts end in the next few months and people just return back to Twitch? And then Twitch just has a larger overall established audience, but just is more overtly right-wing. I can definitely see that being the case.
Still doing that trolling up until recently. I don't think that he is like genuinely changed. I love a positive story. I love a story about someone who goes, you know what? I f***ed up. I'm reformed. It's going to be it's going to take a long time for someone like myself. Not that it matters, clearly. It's not like Twitch comes to me with these decisions, you know, but at a time when the right-wing media landscape is so dominant everywhere, and we have incredibly right-wing content creators in general popping off on Twitch to begin with, the very fact that you know, Twitch is making this decision.
The program offers $16 an hour, but growing list of stipulations, and many Kick streamers have been complaining about not getting those guarantees, small to big ones. See, you shouldn't know that. You know too much about Kick streaming. Doesn't Twitch provide streaming API for sale? Hassan should go independent fully if he can afford and maintain it with AWS. He cannot. That's not a thing, chatter. That's not a thing. Number one, it's not Twitch. It is AWS. And two, building an infrastructure for like, if they don't offer like a service for an individual streamer to stream to as an independent outlet, right? They offer you to create your own platform, essentially. Right? And so you can't just make one Twitch stream, or I don't know, let's pick a name. Not party. Celebrate, right? You need to create the entire Celebrate platform. And it will be not at all worth the amount of money to create an entire platform for a single Twitch stream. It just would not. Also, nobody would be there in the first place.
Is a statement in and of itself.
Drawing communists who demand Hasan do that all the time, building its own content site. They do realize that like it won't work. That's not a thing, right? What Hasan is doing only works because he's on a space where the established audience already is. Like, you want him to create a hug box for only his most loyal fans, so you can jerk off about theory in. But like that's kind of irrelevant, right? When like you're trying to like convert people and change their minds. Like, how would you get people to your own streaming landscape in the first place? Like, how would you do that? Just make it make sense. You would still have to post clips on like TikTok and YouTube, and you would still need to be on these other platforms in the first place. So, which is kind of crazy because they also say it while being on those same platforms. Like, they're on Twitter talking about how Hasan needs to get off Twitter. Or they're on TikTok saying how Hasan needs to get off TikTok and make his own alternative or whatever. And they're on YouTube saying Hasan needs to get off YouTube and make his own alternative. Like, you're on those platforms. You know about him from those platforms. I mean, yeah, or on Twitch. Being like, you need to go make your own streaming site. People will point to Means TV and they'll shade the Means TV, but they do not have the reach, Hasan's reach, and they know that.
I love reform. I love a story of reform. I tried to stop Adin Ross from going down this incredibly right-wing rabbit hole that he went down to the best of my ability. But post Andrew Tate, it was over. It was never happening. But I mean, he's done virtually every bad decision you can take. He's done all of that. I mean, he recently
and he's getting rewarded because of it. And that's what pisses me off, right? Not only has he done every bad decision, because like if you do that, sure, whatever, but he's getting rewarded from it. He's being rewarded for being a shitty person. He was rewarded by going to kick and sticking a kickback and then like gambling in front of his, child audience. And now he's being rewarded for not even changing his mind and having the same position that he had by just being unbanned on Twitch. Shitty people being rewarded for the potential of changing.
Andrew Tate he paid him money to be on his platform on Kick. And I mean, he's done a metric ton of awful shit. And there's not really much I can say or do about this process.
This is like my overarching point. I keep bringing this up, right? Is that I hate that people are rewarded for being shitty, and the people who are shitty too have to like claw and scream to get a modicum, a fraction of that audience size, right? Talked about it with Dean, talked about it with Ethan, now with Adin. The people that Adin Ross is being shitty to, right? The people whose rhetoric that he hurt by having the position that he has have to like claw and scream to be noticed by Twitch, right? But no, if you're Adin Ross and you're like a shitty Nazi apologist, right? You just have to be best friends with like the top streamer on the platform to get whatever you want. But if you're a freaking black streamer and you're trying to be partnered, but Twitch refuses to partner you for whatever reason, or you never get invited to any like Twitch rivals, or the streaming landscape just kind of ignores your existence. You know what I mean? You should have been a Nazi then. You should have been a white Nazi. That you would have been supported. You would have gotten like a direct line access to Twitch.
Yes, I would want. I hope that he is more limited. I hope that he is limited in what he can and can't say now that he's on. Now that he's on Twitch, maybe that's the silver lining. Maybe I'm just like desperately looking for a silver lining here because I can't comprehend why a company that ostensibly cared about what kind of content is allowed on the platform would make a decision like this. He's probably going to do safe streams on Twitch and be edgy on Kick. Yeah, but even then, that just... Do you not think this was going to happen? You act like there isn't a rightward shift. No, I see that. No, I do see that. Look, people will say, Hassan, you're biased. Hassan, you're woke. Hassan, you're gay. Whatever the okay? I just don't want other content creators to get destroyed by this kind of toxic behavior.
Which is why they're not saying anything.
That's it. Like,
right? That's it. Which is why they're not saying anything. That audience is now going to be emboldened now that their streamer daddy got unbanned on the platform. Right? That audience is going to be floating around on the platform looking, waiting for someone to say the wrong thing about their streamer daddy. Where they just pounce, they attack. You know? So most streamers are either going to be like, they're going to avoid it if they can avoid it. Right? And if they can't avoid it, like if you're Jason or if you're Cinna, you can't avoid Adin. All of your close friends, your streaming friends, your roommates who live in the same house are celebrating his return. That's not something you can avoid. You can't just say nothing about it. Right? So the streamers who can't ignore it will ignore it. And if you can't ignore it, you'll just be like, oh, you know, man, I hope this is good for Adin's, you know, rhetoric, and I hope he's less not great. You know what I mean? Then Pizza, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Lampetia. Wait, what else did I get to the sub? W. Happy weekends, everyone. With Ghosts and Guardian while listening, you want to share an ad-free experience? Thank you, chatter. Subs are 35% off, I think, for today. So if you want to gift some subs, you can gift some subs, and I will take those subs. I will. I'll snag them from you. But yeah, that's my take. I understand why streamers have the take that they do. Not the glazing. Like, glaze a little bit less, maybe. But like, being like, I hope Adin's changed. I hope he's different now or whatever. And they choose their words very carefully because like that audience is insane. Especially if they're on like the Twitch platform that Adin is not going to be on. Like, Adin was like harassing people who were on Twitch while he was on Twitch. That was like one of his biggest things. Why do multi-millionaire streamers not get their own place? Do streaming houses help viewership that much? Yes. For certain streamers. It does. It's an ease of access for collaborations, right? If they're part of an organization, they don't have to pay money for like, you know, buying a place or whatever. They are semi-protected, where if they have their own place, if they bought a house or whatever, if their address got like leaked or whatever, they were doxxed, they would have to worry about that. But being a part of a streamer house, you have like a level of like protection from that, right? You can still be doxxed, obviously, but like it's a lot easier to coordinate with like 4 or 5, 6 other streamers to be like, yo, police, if you get a call for like a swatting in this area, this is a streaming house, and the police would know what's up with that, as opposed to like, you know, having to worry about all that stuff yourself. Also, I said collab. Collab was the first thing I said. Right? There's a number of benefits to a stream, like a streamer house or whatever. It's content in and of itself, right? The fact that like you have your like door open and like another streamer can just walk in and be a part of your content, that's, you know, it's content. What copium is that Adin's team has a moderation team and a plan set in place to be normal. My dream is that Adin is planning nothing and is not ready and gets rebanned immediately. Yeah. Left his streamer house. You think Left's got money? Let's just can't afford houses. Am I wrong in thinking that Kai said no free handouts or support in streaming to my friends a couple of months ago? No, you're not wrong. He did say that. But I think it was more about like giving his streaming, like his IRL friends who were like around or adjacent to his streaming money. I don't think it's about like Adin and doing collaborations and stuff. You know? Like it's more like you should build your own audience to have your own money as opposed to like me just giving you money type thing. I should came with past it. I can't be charitable to anyone that associates himself with him. He's literally a neo-Nazi at this point. I'm not asking you to be charitable or be charitable with someone who associates with them, right? My point is purely that I understand why you would like not go full out and be like, oh, Adin Ross is a Nazi, get him out of my face or whatever, when you occupy the same spaces, right? Especially as a streamer who didn't sign up to be expressly political. Right? But I just don't have the expectation of streamers. Even if that's what they should do. That's just me though.
Even beyond the Adolf Hitler associations, okay? I think outside of like being woke, there's an environment of toxicity associated with these guys that are like serial harassers, serial doxers, incredibly toxic. And it completely rips apart the remaining semblance of community that Twitch has had as opposed to other platforms like YouTube.
Like no collab has happened yet. What are y'all talking about? Y'all are so ready to like crucify streamers for like a normal regular like milquetoast take like that Adin or that Sinner or like Jason had or whatever, when like he hasn't even streamed on the platform yet. Like when somebody does a collab, then you can yell at them.
The Adin Ross community was huge, but has also changed as people like the FaZe Boys have grown, as they all came from the same community, but they have different viewers and stances now. It's whether Adin wants to entertain a Jason viewer or just edgy. Yeah, that's what I worry about though, because it's so alluring to be edgy because it's like the
we know the other people suck. Like, and honestly, like, I did not expect anything better from the other people. Am I being entirely real? Like, I did not expect any better. Like, those people have not demonstrated that they were like, you know, moral arbiters in any way. Because those same people, like Lacey has been glazing Jason for the past 2-3 years or whatever, you know? Kai has been wanting to get him unbanned for the past 2 to 3 years. Like, it's... I'm not even talking about those people. They suck. They're bad. You know, Ronaldo too, yeah. Like, they've been wanting Adin to be banned while he was, like, outwardly talking to Nick Fuentes. Like, he will be, like, on stream with Nick Fuentes, and they'll be on Twitch being like, yeah, we need Adin to be unbanned. Unbanned Adin. You know what I mean?
It's the most like bottom of the barrel content. It's so hacky. You have two directions that you can go in. You can be a positive force and try not to be like as racist as you once were.
Glaze Adin. He's 100% joining FaZe. No, he's not. He's not joining FaZe.
Or you can just
he doesn't need it. FaZe doesn't need it. Like he'll collaborate with FaZe. It's the same reason like Kai doesn't join FaZe. Like it just, yeah.
Unshackled and unrestricted and be as racist as possible. Like there's
also
different...
like I disagree with this. Like, sure, we want rehabilitation and growth, but like you have to demonstrate that rehabilitation and growth at least a little bit. At least a little bit. Like y'all are so dumb, right? That y'all will get fooled. Y'all are not dumb. Y'all are fools. That's what you are. You're fools. You're being fooled. You take rehabilitation and growth, right, as just like nebulous concepts instead of like steps that people have to take. Like you have to like at least identify like he wants to grow. Don't be fools. You can just assume somebody is going to be better. Going to try it and do better when they literally have not even shown even the slightest sign of doing better. Exactly. And that's the problem. That's the issue. And this is the thing. This is something that the left has done all the freaking time. All the time. Just consistently. This is what this video that I made was about. The left has a problem. We see somebody that can grow, potentially, and we're like, we're going to support that person because they can grow in the future. And not, we're going to like force that person to grow and change their mind, right? To grow and change their minds. So when they are finished growing, then they can have support or whatever. Like, the Dean effect, like even calling it the Dean effect is like not very fair to Dean because it's happened like numerous times. Like, I think people can grow and I think people can change, but you have to demonstrate that people can grow and change. Son is batting 0 for 100 with this take. The one person this held up on is kind of was Ian. He changed despite it not making financial sense. He actually changed first. Like, I don't even think Hassan is like saying this for like Adin and more, because we're only like 5 minutes in. Like, I think Hassan's take is that he doesn't think Adin has changed, but like, you know, hopefully Adin has changed, which that's my take. Hopefully Adin has changed, but like, hopefully being on Twitch tailors his rhetoric just a little bit. I don't think Hassan is like pro Adin in this instance. This is why I hate when people get lost in writing fanfiction in their head, imagining scenarios. Just sit back and wait and see. You don't have control. Just wait for it to happen. Yeah. Yeah. Like, this happened with like freaking Ethan, right? Where like Ethan very much and very well could have like, I don't know, like could have changed, right? But at no point did Ethan actually demonstrate that he had changed his mind. At no point. Ethan, from being a right-winger to like stop being an outward right-winger to like ducking on like Ben Shapiro or whatever, has not adequately demonstrated that his mind, his ideology had changed. But a lot of people, like as Chapter said, were doing fan fiction in their head. I think it's because a lot of white chatters identify with a formerly racist or a formerly right-wing white kid who had a racist past who changed their mind, because they were those same white chatters who had a racist past and had their minds changed. And so they offer a lot of charitability, more charitability than they probably should, right? More charitability than they probably should in order to, like, again, imagine or fanfic a situation or project onto another person about their own personal journey in changing, right? Could the person have actually changed? Yeah. Like Dean. Could Dean have actually changed from his racist past? Yeah. Right? Did he? I don't know. Right? But the point is that a lot of people just see a formerly racist, you know, white kid turned into like an adult or whatever. And they're like, oh, well, I used to be racist and I changed my mind. So this person also can change his mind. We must be charitable. Instead of like, okay, this person can change their mind. Have they changed their mind? And if not, can we push for them to change their mind in order to actually arrive at the correct positions? Like, that's the entire point. So I think even Adin, right? Even Adin's mind can be changed. Even Adin can, you know, become a different person and not do Nazi apologia. But we as the left have a problem with rewarding people for the potential of change instead of actually determining whether or not they had actually changed in the first place.
Oh my God, Hassan, I cannot wait for that. Oh, bro, I'm praying. Yo, I'm praying to God your shit leaks this year. I will pay $1 million. Whoever finds the shit on him, $1 million. Swear to God, locked. I'm praying, bro. Aladar, I know. I literally know.
Yeah, this was like 8 months ago. But did he get banned again? I never liked him because of his lukewarm IQ, but I never looked into it. I don't freaking know, bro. He's done a lot of stuff. Hate raids, maybe. Mass harassment campaigns. Is that enough that they get to be socially acceptable races? They also get the most leeway in charity? Yeah. If that's the way to put it, rewarding them for potentially changing rather than just actually changing. Yeah. And this is the problem that we as the left just do just all the time. Right? And in an effort to like chase for like not even just charitability, but chase the idealistic version of charitability. Like we allow people into our space to speak on behalf of the left when they have not done the work required to actually, you know, be on the left. Get an emote that was an anti-Semitic caricature. Yeah, but that wouldn't get him a permanent ban, right? It was a combination of stuff. It was that alongside everything that got him banned beforehand, you know? Like just an unmoderated chat would not get him a perma. So it was a laundry list of things that like Twitch just got fed up with. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's highly individualized by white leftists who used to be right wingers who see the same growth in others, kind of like how you see a good character arc in a movie. Oftentimes, people allowed into the space are often people who abuse minorities. They find instead space. It feels also awful. Yeah. It's no different than them chasing after Republicans for votes, making a hug box of acceptance with no condition to get you nothing. Yeah. MSNBC anchors are all ex-Republicans following the same agenda. They just switch parties to grift to avoid responsibility. You both said the exact same thing at the same time. That's pretty funny. But yeah, this is just, it is what it is, you know? And I do hope he's actually changed. Do I think he's changed? No, obviously not, right? Do I hope that he's changed? Yes, I do hope that he's changed. Maybe within the next 8 months, he like, you know, had a come to Jesus moment. He was like, man, this is wrong and I should not be a Nazi. And he stopped doing that. Or at the very least, he stops being overtly Nazi on Twitch so he doesn't get banned or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He ain't be the president. He ain't changing. He can change. Everybody can change. I don't know. You know, maybe he bonked his head once again, and then he like changed his mindset. Right? It's happened. It's possible. And I'm hoping that set of circumstances where he like, you know, he's like playing football and he gets tackled a bit too hard and he wakes up and he's like, I've been a bad person and his mind has changed, you know, something like that.
Different directions you can go towards. And I fear that a lot of, especially young content creators, are very malleable and they'll see the growth and they'll lean into that. They'll lean into that easy content, easy slop, you know? Because every time you go and collab with any of them, most of their chat hates you. I don't even think that's true. That's not true either. How? They don't push their views onto their viewers? What do you mean? Their viewers have these views. Why do we not just on these people like 100 at all times? I don't get the streamer universe where everyone is kind of charitable to each other. The stakes are so low no matter what. Because we're powerless, dumb. Do you not see this? Do you not understand? That's why it's laughable when other content creators will be like, Hassan controls Twitch. He controls Twitch. He dominates Twitch. Twitch runs on his opinions. Like, clearly not. Okay.
Yeah, this is my take. Right, where that's why like you won't see chatters or streamers being like, Twitch, how dare you? It's fuck Adin, bro. It's fuck Adin. He's a Nazi. How like what does that do? Genuinely, what does that do? Streamers don't control who gets banned and who gets unbanned. You know what I mean? If Twitch decided to unban him, there's not much you can do as a streamer. And what you're going to do is you're going to mitigate the harm to yourself and your own community by not making like yourself a target of the harassment that will definitely come when Adin is back on the platform and he like, you know, goes back to doing his targeted harassment campaigns.
Okay. Like, I think that there was a time and place when people would just be like, okay, if you're espousing neo-Nazi views, if you're espousing like Holocaust revisionism, you're done, you're out. And it was good. It was a good moment while it lasted. I think that's a pretty decent standard to set. Okay. But then even beyond that, I think that there is a big disagree. There's a big difference in not having a say on whether or not he's unbanned and openly saying, I don't know, maybe he changed, good luck. Yeah, I think these are people that just don't want the endless torrent of hate coming their way, doxing, swatting, like that.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
let's be real, Adin Ross entertained that for years. He actually, he literally, he hyped it up. He loved that 100%, and he got rewarded for it. And he never actually.
The right thing to do would be not engage with him or his community ever. Yeah, but like that's not something that like Jason can do, right? Or Cinna can do. Or if you're in the space surrounding like the FaZe boys who are like glazing him, you can't do that. You can't just ignore Adin. Right? Like we saw the Jason clip where like he started out by saying like I've seen the Twitter community. Right? I've seen all the takes on Adin Ross or whatever. And then like people demanding my take or whatever. Like I don't know where it is.
Adin got unbanned, okay? And my the face comms is going crazy right now, bro. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. And I just want to say this, bro. Okay? Me personally, me and Adin never had a problem, bro. Me and his comm, though, it's still AR loyals. They're weird, bro. I'm not gonna lie. They're still weird to me. But he did a good thing in deleting his comm, bro. So, because I did get doxxed by the AR loyals, bro. Pizzas was sent to my house for however long, you know what I mean? But me and Adin personally, I had no problem with Adin ever.
This is something that I still just don't understand, and maybe it's because I'm too old, right? Maybe I aged out when I turned 24. They just have like random people just like standing and like behind them. Like they're doing a stream and then like people just have like full on conversations behind them. And I don't get it. Like, yeah, AR Loyals is Adin's community. It's a very early 20s streamer thing. I mean, it must be. I think it's a video shoot. I mean, but still, like, this is something that like I talked about when I watched like Bruce's streams. Like, Bruce is in like early 20s, right? Maybe it's just like a different streaming space thing. Like Bruce would just have people just like on a couch just behind him, just chilling, just watching him stream. Like he just has like a studio audience behind him. And I'm just like, okay. Like I don't get it, but like, sure. He's supposed to emulate hanging out with a bunch of people. Is the entourage culture? I mean, maybe. But I think this is Arky, and Arky's also a streamer. Unless I got the lights getting confused. Is that racist? Maybe a little bit.
Bro, so stop painting the narrative that we are beefing, bro. That's not a real thing.
Oh, that's Arky.
So chill out with the Adins.
Yes, okay.
Right?
Well, yes, is racist, or yes, that was Arky.
I've always, as y'all know, FaZe speaks highly of him in the house, bro. So I can't form my own opinion because I have never met him. Okay, so yeah.
Both? Okay,
So y'all
chill.
can say whatever y'all want. The opinions don't really matter to me, bro. I don't really care, but hey, hopefully the unban will make him do positive things on Twitch, bro. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, like it's a normal take, and I get why you're not like fuck Adin, because like Jason's friends are like pro Adin, and like the audience will like cannibalize you. He was hanging out with Pokey earlier that day. Jason and Arky thought you'd known. You gotta follow everything that Pokey does. Asking is that racist makes it 10% more racist, and that's why I do it, baby.
Actually turned around and said, yeah, maybe this is not the way to go. Hassan.
Why would you think that? I have moved past my simping days. I've moved on. Chat, don't click the link. The link is fake. It's AI, obviously. I'm gonna get you. Whoever made that, I'm gonna get you arrested in a Korean court.
I like your mansion. Thanks, man. Adin Ross literally said he would give $1 million in cryptocurrency to anyone who finds dirt on me. That's the type of shit he was doing. And that was not that long. It was a couple months ago. And that was because he was mad at me for recognizing that he was violating FEC laws on a stream that was viewed by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, where in broad daylight,
That's the thing that happens
he
when
offered.
somebody brings a rapper on stream. They bring a couple of people who just sit in the background and say stream Black Boy Max. An extreme is the Black Boy Max telling people to stop smoking in his apartment. They kept saying they liked his mansion in chat. But what chat? Hassan's chat? I have no idea what we're talking about. I got confused.
Donald Trump a watch that was infinitely higher than the individual campaign contribution that you can engage with. Like that was him doing that. Me calling that out is not the reason.
Did he just say it? I wasn't listening. I was talking about Pokey.
He offered Donald Trump a watch that was infinitely higher than the individual campaign contribution that you can engage with. Like that was him doing that. Me calling that out is not the reason.
Was it earlier?
That we was doing. See, to anyone who finds dirt on, literally said, Hassan, I like your mansion. Thanks, man. Adin Ross literally.
Oh, okay.
Said he would give $1 million in cryptocurrency to anyone who finds
I was not listening
dirt on me. That's the type of shit he was doing. And that was not that long. It was a couple months ago. And that was because he was mad at me for recognizing that he was violating FEC laws on a stream that was viewed by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, where in broad daylight, he offered Donald Trump a watch that was infinitely higher than the individual campaign contribution that you can engage with. Like that was him doing that. Me calling that out is not the reason why the FEC saw it. The FEC saw it because you did it on your stream. He it wasn't even dirt. He didn't even offer $1 million in cryptocurrency, which is to begin with. He said it for someone who could find dirt on me being a sex criminal. He was begging to God. Here it is.
Oh my God, Hassan, I cannot wait for that. Bro, I'm
like, this is insane, dude. This is insane behavior.
Yo, I'm praying to God your shit leaks this year. I will pay $1 million. Whoever finds the shit on him, $1 million. Swear to God, I locked.
I'm sorry, but I'll be honest with you. For every single content creator that sees this and still cozies up to Adin Ross, like they're cowardly. Okay, that's it. And this is everybody. Okay, everybody. Yeah. Hassan, what's your address, Poppy? I'm horny and submissive. Okay, man. Like we've already started. It seems like holy shit. Everyone sees him as like a pioneer in the space, everyone sees him as a big content creator that they like to be around. They don't think about what, you know, other content creators face in the process of like allowing this kind of torrent of hatred. Why does he hate you when you've been exceptionally charitable and inviting to him? Because hating me is a symbol that you're on the not woke side. That's what it is. Yeah. So I feel like this type of behavior at a certain point was like checked by our social boundaries, you know? It's really up.
I'm praying, bro. Alan, I know.
And I will say, like, this is like a kind of like a vote with your wall situation. If you don't like the fact that your favorite streamer is collaborating with Adin Loss, stop watching that streamer. That's because that's all you can do. That's all you can do. That's all I can do. That's it. We can be like, man, Twitch unbanning Adin Loss sucks. How dare you do it? Twitch not gonna listen to us. They don't really care, right? Just stop watching them. Stop watching them. Right? This was like kind of an inevitability with the FaZe boys. Just in general. And it's like the double-edged sword of reaching out to like normie audiences. Right? Whereas like, yes, there is a benefit of reaching out to normie audiences to like, you know, embed your politics there and let them know that you're a cool person and it's okay to be cool and like left-wing. The double-edged sword is that they're still normies and they will go with the wind. You know? Go with the wind. If it benefits their careers.
No!
Yeah. The issue is these dudes say so much move on and repeat and doesn't get enough coverage. XQ goes, yeah, that's too edgy to racist. Jasmine and Adin says, and then spends 1 week talking about Hassan. Exactly. It's all of these other content creators that
it sucks if Speed and Kai and Jason are any indication. You don't have to resort the bullshit. I mean, I would say more Speed and Jason, because Kai was calling for Adin to be unbanned anyway. It's gonna suck when they all are collabing with Adin and still get your reward invites, which they will. I'm letting you know now. They will. They will. Adin himself was invited last year. He didn't go, right? But like, if Adin gets nominated for an award, I'm nominated. If Adin Adin will get an invite this year too. He will. And everybody's gonna pretend like Adin is like, you know, just regular, normal streamer person. Maybe a little bit edgy, a little bit more edgy than normal. That's how it happened.
But also, you know, that
he should be allowed back. No, I don't. I think he should not be allowed back. But it doesn't matter what I think. That's my point. It doesn't matter what I think. I'm not in charge of Twitch bans. Like, he's unbanned, and that's what the reality is. That's the reality we live in.
Are apolitical or whatever that also lean on that, where it's like,
I think her last.
Those are the
90 days. If he lasts past 90 days, I think he'll be fine. Honestly, I think not like fine as in like he won't say anything racist or like Nazi adjacent, but more of like, you know what I mean? So to a certain degree, nothing people can change. When did I say that, Chatter? At what point did I ever say that? Ever? You're totally be rebanned. 9 days is a good guess. Thank you. That's a completely new sentence. It is a completely new sentence. Literally like pancake waffle situation. Literally completely new sentence.
Dudes that like the XQs and the Asmongols of the world will be like, yeah,
sign that he can at least learn to temper his rhetoric if he lasts 90 days. Yeah, it's like a trial period at a job. Most trial periods at jobs last 90 days. You know,
this is free speech. Yeah, based. You know, Or every now and then when they push it too far, we'll go, oh, that's too edgy. But then they move on.
Probably missed
but then they
original
spend.
point. The original point is that I hope he's changed. I don't think he has. He's not demonstrated that he's changed, but I do hope he's changed. I would like it if another Nazi is not on the platform, honestly. Right? But I think that people have to demonstrate that they've changed before, you know, like, personally, in my philosophy, you have to take a driver's test before you get a license. So is an ad going? Oh, an ad is going. I closed my ad thing. I can't see an ad's going. But yeah, you should have to demonstrate a level of competence in driving before you get a license. They don't just give you your license and you're saying, okay, come back in 7 months and then we'll reevaluate if you get to keep the license or not. No, you got to take the test first. Or at the very least, if you get your permit, you have to take a test to make sure you understand what the road signs mean. For a certain age, I don't think you have to do a physical test. You still have to take a test about seeing what the road signs mean. You know what I mean? There is still some level of competency you have to demonstrate, right, before they allow you to legally drive on the road. Right? It may not be, you know, to a certain level or a certain degree, but I didn't really. Okay, that's a problem. When I'm president, no one, a driver's test every year. That's right. The DMV line is going to be super long. Fortunately, I failed, but I can drive. Well, if you fail, you can't drive. If Twitch isn't woke SJW blue hairs, then why does Kick need to exist for him? He's just going to be another funnel streamer? I don't get it. No, he'll stop streaming. If he starts streaming on Twitch, he's not going to dual stream. That's what I'll say. He may dual stream for like the first 90 days, but he will move back to Twitch full time. He hates Kick because Kick has wronged him in his mind. Right? Kick has wronged him in his mind. You know what I mean? So yeah.
A week and a half talking about like
we are 6 follows away technically from 26.5K. So almost there. What did Kick do? That's a great question. What did Kick do? What is Adin's beef with Kick?
Kick team, hello there. We want to give you a heads up. The content you're currently streaming isn't in line with it. Hey, yo, Kick team, I don't know who's running. Shut the f up, respectfully.
Oh, right. He was streaming like the Super Bowl, right? He was streaming the Super Bowl.
Team, hello there.
And then they got a message from the Kick team to be like, hey, you're not streaming. You can't stream this, actually. You can't stream. You can't stream this.
We want to give you a heads up. The content you're currently streaming isn't in line with it. Hey, yo, Kick team, I don't know who's running. Shut the f up, respectfully. Shut the f up. You're not going to do that to me, and I promise you not. Ban me. Ban me. I'll take another 81-day break. Do that to me right now. I dare you. Whoever the f that is, you better apologize right now. And I put that on God. The f you think you're talking to? Huh? What the f am I doing wrong? I'm just sitting here talking. Like, what am I, like, bro? Kick team, hello there. We want to give you a heads up. The content.
So, yeah. Adin is the reason Kick has its name.
Kick team, hello there. We want to give you.
Top Notch family, what is going on?
Okay.
You see the title and thumbnail, and this time I actually think that it's gonna be 100% true. Ironically speaking, it seems quite shaky in the land of steak, and honestly, their biggest supporter for the past 2 to 3 years, Adin Loss.
Is Trimmer still associated with Kick? I'm sure he is. But he's not pulling in like the attention he used to.
Hashi
Was he streaming that even Kick didn't allow it? The Super Bowl, chat. He was streaming the Super Bowl, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was a Super Bowl.
Kick team. Hello there. We want to give you a heads up. The content you're currently streaming is in the.
When was Super Bowl? Or maybe it was something else. The NBA Finals? It was something like that. Just something. I'm pretty sure is it the Super Bowl or maybe like no, probably Super Bowl actually. Let me see. Stream Super Bowl.
You seen Adin on Kick? Yeah, him and Train streamed the entire Super Bowl on Kick. Did Kick have like a license for it?
But this was 2 years ago. I don't know, actually. Where the Kick started? No, this was recent though. This was recent. This was like last year.
Hey yo, Kick team.
Let's go back to this.
You see the title and thumbnail, and this time I actually think that it's going to be 100% true. Ironically speaking, it seems quite shaky in the land of steak, and honestly, their
Tracy
biggest
Poop, thank you for the 4-month free subscription. Much appreciated.
Supporter for the past 2 to 3 years, Adin Ross seems to be jumping ship. Now, the past few months, there has been some signs that this day of reckoning was coming. He's been back and forth with the CEO. He's been trying to get his friends unbanned to no avail. He's been basically MIA for a long time now, only to come back in spurts when it was like a big stream or so. But today it was announced that Adin Ross sold 50% of his equity in the company of Kick. And I quote, "I've made my impact on Kick, but now it's time for the next chapter." And it's also being reported that Adin and the CEO of Kick have a shaky relationship, like they have not talked at all. And it's because Adin Ross and SSB have gone on strike after Just Snags has been banned from the platform. And
like Just Snags was also banned on Twitch though. So like I think he's banned on Twitch. He should be banned on Twitch. I mean, this is a problem on Twitch because like there are people who are banned on Kick who are like able to stream, like Jack Doherty streams on Twitch. Derek Grass streams on Twitch. Just Snags is unbanned on Twitch, I'm pretty sure. When I think about it. He does? Yes. We looked at it a few days ago. About to sneeze.
and is not coming back, even though they are pleading for him to be able to stream again. It's funny because we thought Kick had a bright future. Adin Ross just came off of one of the biggest streams in history. And I know that sounds crazy, but ultimately it was one of the streams that helped get Donald Trump, the current president, elected into office. And this seemed to be his return to streaming after a couple months of not streaming. You know, he went on a little hiatus, but then he came back in full force, having Nick Fuentes on, doing his streams with a couple of his Kick friends, being the normal Adin Ross that we know. But then after that, in October or so, we didn't hear from Adin Ross until late November, when the rumors and the writing on the wall seemed to reveal itself about him and his relationship with the Kick staff and CEO. Now, we all had conversation about it. Kai, XQC, Rage, whoever in their mama made comments about Adin Ross being missing and gone and how much he was needed to the streaming community, but there was one collective itself about him and his relationship with the Kick staff and CEO. Now, we all had conversation about it. Kai, XQC, Rage, whoever in their mama made comments about Adin Ross being missing and gone and how much he was needed to the streaming community, but there was one collective of people that kept trying Adin Ross during this time. And by trying him, basically saying, we don't need you.
Did Adin Ross leave Kick? I don't think Adin left Kick. What he does is like doing the drama stuff, getting all the engagement farming. I have not heard anything about anyone leaving Kick. Where the f is Adin gonna go to? Adin's banned from Twitch. He's gonna go to fucking Rumble or something? I don't know. Like, he's got nowhere to go.
And I think this is part of the reason why Twitch unbanned Adin. Is they were like, we want to get our talent back from Kick. When Twitch got a payout for unbanning Adin? I don't think so. I don't think so. But like, they want their talent back. So, and it cost them nothing. They used to have to pay money to keep their talent, right? Now, they They're like, where are you gonna go? Kick hates you. There's nobody on YouTube, so like you're gonna come back to us.
Go. Right now, Aiden's taking a break from streaming. You know, if he chooses to stream elsewhere, you know, I think that's fine, right? That's up to him.
Now, Eddie may have some credibility in what he's saying. I mean, Aiden is banned on Twitch, even though we've seen cries and pleas to people from the streaming platform like Kai Cenat or, you know, whoever else is on Twitch to Dan Clancy to say, hey, please, can we get Adin Ross back on the platform? He'll do good, etc., etc. He is ultimately still banned from the platform. And we know he's not going to YouTube with the type of shenanigans or antics that he's used to. So maybe that means he'll have place and space on a platform like Rumble or something like that. I don't know. And hell, Elon Musk has been building up the X platform.
This was 1 month ago.
Which I think Adin Ross can potentially turn into something good if he decided to go there. But Eddie was right. Aiden doesn't have anywhere to go. He can talk all he wants, but not like he's going back to Twitch. But I would not say that.
I blame this guy. I blame this guy specifically. Omeezy, I blame you.
On public platforms. I think that stoking the flames like this is only going to make somebody like Adin Ross, who has a big ego, like all big creators do, just say to themselves, screw you guys. I'm going to make my own way, even if it is without you. And I think Adin is super charged up now because now in the bigger sphere of things, Adin is getting questioned about his status. Although some still recognize him as being one of the big mainstream streamers, there's still some people out there that are saying he's fallen off, and it's Convy of all people. And I know this all doesn't feel good from the Adin Ross camp. On one end, you have Eddie giving him all this backlash and all this bait on the Kick platform that he's been promoting for the past couple years. And then on the other end, you have people questioning your status as one of the top streamers in the world.
Only fully mainstream streamer is really Kai and Speed. And obviously Aiden was, but he not streaming right now. But it's not there where it's like bro, Kai be on the news and shit.
I feel like Aiden did it to himself and he regrets it. Like he formed his community to become like toxic. It's gonna be hard for him to convert back to like being wholesome.
Look, Aiden heard enough of this and he decided, look, I'm going back to streaming. I'm tweeting from my account. I'm going back to streaming and I'm gonna hold myself accountable for me and my community's actions so that there's no excuses going forward.
When I saw on Twitter you guys just saying the most evilest things. I'm not perfect. I've said crazy shit. This is all my fault. I'm taking full accountability for raising you motherfuckers that are going on Twitter and making the craziest statements on certain people. And I'm like, wow, this is my fault. And I feel horrible for it. And I promised myself that these people are not going to make it on my channel.
Oh, God. Twitch saw this and said that he's changed, didn't they? Look at his chat. Look at his chat. Twitch saw this and it was like, well, he's changed his mind. Let's unban him now. Yeah, Twitch was like probably like, good enough. Yeah, good enough. Welcome back.
Channel this entire year.
Now, since Aiden has come back in 2025, he is vowed to be a better streamer, vowed to be a better community leader, and overall change his image. Especially because the company that he keeps seemingly has him landed in hot water. Not even necessarily just on his own stream, but then also on their adjacent streams.
Dude, I'm cooked. Yeah. It's just
Twitch is like, I sleep. I sleep.
All right. Whether it was that or the pump and dump streams, his friends literally keep getting him in trouble day in and day out. And I think that's what the CEO of Kick was basically saying.
Twitch is like, that's what we want. That's what we want.
Yo, we're not getting rid of the bans for Cuff'em, Convy, Cheezer, Just Snacks, whoever else is in SSB. So that's going to have you making some real tough decisions about what you do with your friends. And Aiden finally made a tough decision.
Chenzo, Cheezer update. I hope he's doing well. I don't speak to him at all, but I really do hope he's doing well.
Now, with that being said, this doesn't mean that Adin Ross is squeaky clean. His recent incident with Kanye West had a lot of people raising their eyebrows, specifically because, yes, he did condemn Kanye West for his actions at the end of it. He said, screw that guy. I don't want to be a part of you and what you got going on, etc., etc.
Did I fuck up here? Fuck no, and I'll stand on it again. Kanye West. And again, it's not even Kanye because me personally coming at him. You made jokes about Make-A-Wish kids. You're Kanye and you feel bulletproof. We all love your music, bro. But at the end of the day, yeah, you made Graduation. How many times can we defend you and say that you're a piece of shit, you're a scumbag, you need help?
But a lot of people were even questioning, why would you even want to be involved with Kanye West in the first place? He had pitched that he could do the interview for him. He was bowing down to him, calling him Mr. West or Sir, or whatever the case may be. A lot of people would ask, though, during Kanye's, can you say anti-Semitic tirade on Twitter, his crazy tirade on Twitter, why would you even entertain the fact that you could have conversation with him or be the interviewer for him? But regardless of all of that fact, little slip up, not clean image, whatever he's trying to do, I believe that Adin Loss is pulling the deck together, cleaning up his act, and trying to make a transition to Twitch. He's been doing it for the past couple years. He's been.
I mean, okay, this is good analysis because, like, he's correct. He was unbanned on Twitch. So, yeah, he's not wrong.
Having conversation and begging. He's had other people like Casanat have conversation and ask questions. I think even Blackboy Max has gone to bat for him. He's trying to clean up his image so he can make his ultimate escape. The problem is that he doesn't have anywhere to go. But if he has these guys backing him, then maybe he can make his move to Twitch. Now, we do have to acknowledge that the reason that Adin Loss even had to make this transition in the first place is because of multiple TOS violations, suspensions, and bannings that happened on the platform. So I guess one of the questions that does arise is, will he change his behavior? Will he do something different? Whatever happens, I know
if he can make it through 90 days, I think he'll be able to make it relatively cleanly. But I don't think he's making it 90 days. So, yeah. But to be honest, like, Asmongold has said some insane stuff and he's gotten away with it. So, like, maybe Twitch just won't care.
Know that he's not happy on Kick, and I know that he's not seeing the same benefits and rewards that he's seeing on the platform as his counterparts have seen on Twitch. If we think about it, everybody since the inception of the Kick Twitch split on the Twitch side has seen massive amounts of growth, not just in their own realm, but in the mainstream sphere as well.
Doesn't get a lot of people associate with him at all. He has numbers. He has name recognition. He has clout. That's it. That is what it is. It's his clout. Like he had the president on his stream. Like the current president of the United States on his stream. He was specifically named at the inauguration as helping Trump, not the inauguration, at Trump's acceptance speech, helping Trump win. So, yeah, that's why.
A lot of people on Kick saw nothing but a fall off or some sort of controversy or whatever the case may be. Anything outside of their contract, I personally didn't see them gain from it, but it seems like the party has always and will always be on Twitch. And I think a lot of content creators and streamers have seen that. That's why when their renewal date came around for their bag, I don't even think they went to have conversations. They just jumped back over to the Purple app. See, the problem with Kick is that they promised something that they really couldn't deliver. They promised the audience and some of them came. They promised the numbers and those views came as well. But they promised a TOS free platform and that just did not happen. You know why? Because a lot of people took advantage of that. A lot of people were doing just extreme, harsh, crazy things.
I mean, yeah, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? If you say, hey, this is a platform with no TOS, of course they're going to do things that they would have gotten banned from on Twitch because it's no TOS. Of course they would. Right? The problem is that, like, yeah, they lied. They said no TOS, but, like, they need a TOS. And they've learned they need a TOS because you had people who were, like, soliciting nudes from minors, right, CSAM, to then distribute it on their paid Discord servers, facilitated on the Kick platform. Not even talking about like the lesser crimes, like the assaults, the thefts, the robbery, the showing porn to minors, all of that stuff. Like, yeah, of course your platform needed a TOS, and then people are gonna jump back to Twitch because like you have nothing to offer. You stopped offering contracts, right? Your viewers are botted, and there's no space for collaboration because there's no streamers on the platform. Rage jumped back to Twitch, given the opportunity after moving to Kick after 2 years, right? And now Adin Loss, the original, the progenitor of moving to Twitch or to Kick, is jumping back on ship. Congrats, someone sharing that crap on Kick. How does that trigger a federal lawsuit? I don't know. Great vocab word. Thank you.
On the platform, saying whatever they wanted on the platform, and Kick itself got a bad reputation. You can YouTube search Kick streamer does X, and some of the most outrageous things pop up. Dextro and other Twitter pages on a daily basis.
What mean Dexerto? Confirmed. We actually added a stream marker.
Putting up the most outrageous things. And so the initial appeal was appealing so much that a lot of these crazy people came to the platform, but ultimately that had Kick tightening things up and people getting displeased with the platform every single day. And by the people leaving the platform, I mean some of the original draw of the platform as a whole. We're talking about Bruce, we're talking about Rage, we're talking about Nick Merckx, we're talking about all the guys that they said would be over here. They left because there was no more money.
Do they were just some broke bums that Kick picked up off the street? We had money before Kick, gang. We didn't need money.
Rage is stealing my look, bro. Rage is stealing my look. The hair hanging out the bonnet, that's my thing. That's my thing. I did it first.
Money to elevate. Kick wanted us there to do what we were doing on Twitch, on Kick.
Oh, I didn't take the second deal because they was trying to make me sign an NDA, chat, and you know I am not going. But it's all love to Kick. They're still giving new and up and coming people opportunity, and they gave me one of the best opportunities I've ever accomplished ever in my life.
100K. No. Nay. 300K. Kick, I'll come. I'll do it. 300K. I'll do it. You cheap? I am cheap. I don't need crazy stuff. I don't need crazy money. I don't need a milli. I'm 24 years old. Bro, 300K at 24? That's solid money, chat. I'll take it. I just gotta stream to like an audience of like a tenth of this size. 30 people watch me play League of Legends for like 3 hours a day. Like, I can go live my life, do what I want to do, right? And just gotta come home, go live to 30 people on Kick, and play League of Legends to 30 people. See, I'll do that.
But y'all got some kids on there, man. And a lot of them viewers ain't real. So stop view buying. Everybody in the streaming industry, stop view buying, bro. Y'all know who I'm talking to too,
What
bro.
about the cause?
Stop.
F the cause. Money's lying in my pockets. I'm a grifter.
Stop trying to make y'all seem bigger than what y'all is, bro. Just work for that shit, gang.
I don't know if you ever seen that meme where the guy is pushing the small domino and there's the big domino at the very end. Well, it seems that all the small dominoes have fallen and we're literally waiting for that last big domino to fall, which would be Adin Loss leaving the Twitch platform. He has recently hinted at some sort of special thing happening in the coming month or so, and I think that that's a potential unban, but I know from the outside...
house at 100K cash, I wouldn't follow you. Yeah, I got a family to take care of, chat. I got kids. I don't have any kids. That's a lie. But I could have kids if I had 300K in my pocket.
looking in that it is not looking good on Kick.
I feel like your last couple of months has just kind of been like about you. I know you had like a really strong grind period. Now you
Yeah,
guys
kids. Honestly, I don't know how many kids I got out there. Hopefully it's none, but who knows? Thought we were your kids? Why would you ever think that?
On the work, or how does that go?
Well, I got something hopefully planned this month. It's going to be elevating for my career. So I'm just being very patient with what I'm doing right now. I'm not really doing too much. I'm just really focusing on myself, trying to make sure my mental, my physical, everything is correct. Because if something happens this month, which I'm expecting.
Which one was your mom, chat? Was it Rebecca? I always hated Rebecca. I knew I should have pulled out.
It to happen, and if it doesn't, whatever. You go back to the drawing board, but if it happens, bless.
More and more support for his transition, less and less ability to be on the Kick platform. Numbers are going down on a monthly basis on the
Tell
platform.
her she's not getting anything. Tell her I signed a prenup. You're not getting my money. No child support either.
Ever so crazy on the platform, and without those bigger eyes that they paid in the beginning, the only thing left is what XQC hating, some gamble streams that you can get with Drake, who's not the hottest right now, and just a toxic culture that's even more toxic.
I mean, XQC is already on the Twitch platform. He just has to stop streaming on Kick once his bag runs out. But to be fair, right, XQC signed a $100 million deal, but most of it's tied up in equity. So he needs Kick to be successful in order for him to like actually have any money. So, yeah. Why not sell it? It's worthless now. Nobody's on Kick. You can sell it for a fraction of what it's worth. But, you know, he's hoping that, like, you know, Kick stocks go up, you know? He's hoping like, man, people care about Kick, and so now it would be worth something. But like nobody cares about Kick. So, yeah.
Toxic than the Twitch fan base that he grew over the past couple years. I think the experiment of Kick was fine and dandy, but once they figured out that they were just throwing money out there and they got a bad rep and a bad name, they realized, hey, this is why Twitch had these things like TOS in place. This is why people were saying that you should change your content in order to appeal financial backing. Because if you own the product, you'll realize how important financial backing is. I don't know how a Kick or a Rumble survives without these big names from which they don't have anymore. I see them honestly closing up shop in the next couple months. Honestly,
months? I disagree. But maybe he knows something, right? Omizi was correct on literally everything else he said so far. Like literally, he called the Adin Loss going back to Kick within the month thing. He was totally right about that. So maybe he's right in that within the next few months, Kick is dead, right? I was gonna give it 2 years. My lock was going to be by 2027. Kick is like shuttering operations for its streaming side, and it's full sale pushing stake in other avenues. And then Kick just said about being an ad for gambling. Yes, but they're still paying Twitch a lot of money to run off of IVS, right? And if nobody's on the platform and all the viewers are botted, it's not a good ad because nobody's watching the ads, right? And so it would make more sense for them to just shutter operations for Kick, right? Not IBS, IVS. It makes more sense for them to shutter operations for Kick and then try to advertise their crypto gambling in another way, right? Or like using that money towards like lobbying politicians to like make it legal, so they could operate within the US, something like that, you know?
If they don't have a big name like a Adin Loss, because who's carrying the platform view-wise at that point? Their first problem was leading with money in the first place, but that's a whole nother idea. But could you imagine Adin Loss returning to the Twitch platform when streaming is at an all-time high in the mainstream media like it is right now? Everybody going to streaming right now. Listen, I get calls every single day talking about so-and-so wants to try their hand at streaming. We're seeing more sponsor-backed streams now more than ever. Streaming has taken over.
Not to me, sponsors hit me up, bro. I'll do it. I'm cheap. I'll do a sponsored stream. Definitely not Adobe. Sorry, I mean Ubisoft. AC Shadows. Hit my phone.
Call my line. Hit my line.
Okay, we're back to normal. Yeah, go. Call my line. That ain't calling my phone. I done told you before. Then it's over. Leave me alone. Whoever's got you on a blacklist. What? I use Photoshop every day. Interested in Paradox? What is Paradox? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, Marvel Rivals. League of Legends. Valorant. Assassin's Creed and Shadows. Whatever Grummz' game is. Taco Bell. That Blue Rhino stuff. Is that, are those dick enlarging pills? Split fiction. Bro, I want to split fiction with somebody. Who wants to split fiction with me? You don't know that. Blue Rhino is propane? Oh. I hear Adin needs a partner? Yeah. Me and Adin, we're gonna collaborate. You mean honey pack? I don't get honey pack. Like, is it aphrodisiac? Is that what the thing is? Like, is it just like honey, or is it like honey with like stuff in it? They don't actually do anything, but yeah. What, if they don't actually do anything, why are people using it? I have questions. Placebo is a placebo effect? So they're supposed to make you think that it does something? I was using Blue Chew with Rhino 17, both dick pills, my bad. Did they make you think it's gonna be make you last longer? Oh well, soda. Wait, give me a second. So does these unnamed pill things. These unnamed pill things. They help you last longer in bed. They're not Tic Tacs. They're unnamed pill things. So yeah. Where can I get those? Honestly, you can't. You can't buy these anymore. Because they're technically BDS now. Not Tic Tac, but like these specific Tic Tacs are BDS. Then throw them away. I forgot they were BDS until I literally just picked them up. They're also not good. They're pretty disgusting. Can I buy a single one for $1 million? Yes. Mint ones are better ones. Not like the fruit flavored ones. I like them fruity, you know? But like, these are technically unnamed subsidiary of the Coca-Cola Corporation flavored. the lemon lime soda. And as we know, the Coca-Cola Corporation is BADS. Icon Fruity 2, we're the same chat. You and I. Chat, are you guys excited? Only one more day of Women's History Month. Finally. One day too long. Then what? Then the straight white men take over again, as it should be. TikTok is also BDS. I love you say TikTok is also BDS and then not sending the BDS list. You send an entirely different list. That means it's not BDS. One day, chat will learn to actually read. Parent company. This is not the BDS list, chatter. You sent a different boycott list. You're saying it's BDS. It's not the boycott list. And it's not the BDS list. BDS is a specific list. Say that when tomorrow's International Trans Day of Visibility is wild. You don't know that. Maybe you don't know that. Know that. It's easy graphic to understand and people still get confused by it. I mean, it's because BDS has become like a catch-all term for like boycotting, honestly. Which is not terrible because it means it has more notoriety, but like it's not a catch-all term for boycotting. It's a specific movement that is specifically targeted to be the most effective. And again, I'm not saying you can't follow other lists or that other lists are invalid, right? But like, don't call them the BDS list. That's banned in 30 plus states. TikToks or BDS? Honestly, TikTok should be banned in 30 plus states if you think about it. That's the Adin Loss news. Covered this, covered this, covered this. Covered this, covered this. Okay. Lazy, you should know that. Know that. That is E drama. I guess we could talk about Ethan Klein drama. What even drama is there? Like, there's just Ethan claiming that like Noah like did rape and had Noah's ex on, and Noah's ex was like, I'm not making rape allegations, while she was on the stream. Like, Noah essentially did the same thing Harry Sisson did, essentially. And now, like, Ethan's community is trying to be like, well, I mean, technically, it's still kind of rape if you really think about it. Like, that's what I saw. When he pretended Hassan's journalist friend wasn't killed and talked about Rob's protests instead. I did not see that. Do I even want to read this? Okay, let's just start with like. Let's just start with if you have the original post of like Dan and Ethan insinuating that like Noah committed sexual assault. Let's start with that. If I can find that somewhere. Ugh, do I have to watch the freaking live stream? Daisy, you should know that. Know that. Short video, I'll take this instead.
Is a R wordist. By the way, I literally never said that. Happen. Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't. On Wednesday's podcast, they said that Noah Sampson is a R wordist. By the way, I literally never said that. Happen. Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't get into the whole rape denial lane. Oh, he straight up is all in it. Interesting. In fact, I don't think we even said anything. I think you were just like, oh, we have an update. Let's talk about it after the show. It was handled pretty responsibly, I think. It's interesting how many people come out of the woodwork, Noah. We'll get to that. Exes, you know.
I did everything right and they indicted
I don't think it's
me.
sped up, honestly. You're thinking for the 2,000 bits? Are you taking back your slot from Marv? Marv hasn't actually been here in a while either. Now that I think about it. It's been like 15 days.
About he literally. Let me pull this up and show you guys. Let me show you what
Get the bag, dude.
Yeah, you got to get that bag for sure. He's gonna fund the revolution, right?
For sure.
Wait, why am I here? I didn't mean to go to his Instagram. Okay, so this man, I'm front and center, of course. I am the king of this shit. This man flipped through.
Reason? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, right? Because this is very, very irresponsible from Dan in a way that's like uncharacteristic, right? Like I expect this from Ethan, but like for Dan to like insinuate that like Noah is a rapist without any evidence that that's the case, only to be contradicted on their own show, like a few days later, like. I don't know. I feel like Dan only got more emotionally involved as time goes on, but I don't understand though. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, why? Is Ethan paying him more money to become more involved? Like, he's not usually unprompted like that. That's what's weird. Like he's not usually like he's usually the like the devil's advocate. I'm for the other side thing. Dan has relatives who are settlers in Israel. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Like that doesn't inform like his position itself. Outside of like, you know, his rhetoric. Like you can have like relatives who are settlers in Israel, but like still be like anti-Zionist. And like Dan at least had a better job of, or did a better job of trying to be less pro-genocide before now. Right? I don't know. I definitely see it more as like him not having like a personal gripe against Noah for whatever reason, as opposed to like it being like ideological. Right? Like for some reason he has like a personal gripe against Noah. And he wants to like take Noah down specifically, as opposed to like him being like, how dare you, Noah, speak out against genocide? I don't know. Maybe because Dan watched and greenlit the before posting it. Yeah. I think maybe he just got a raise.
A catalog of destroyed images of Gaza till he found the perfect one. He's like, oh, this is the one that I can utilize the most.
Okay, this isn't
And then
probably for you. We'll go back to this, even though I hate that it's slow. But like, also, I do want to point out, like, look how like giddy Ethan is at the idea of like sexual assault allegations of his enemies. So I just want to point that out.
On Wednesday's podcast, they said that Noah Sampson is a R-wordist. By the way, I literally never said
Didn't
that.
happen. Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't get into the whole rape denial lane.
Oh, he straight up is all in it.
Interesting.
In fact, I don't think we even said anything. I think you were just like, oh, we have an update. Let's talk about it after the show. It was handled pretty responsibly, I think.
It's interesting how many people come out of the woodwork, Noah.
We'll get to that.
Exes, you know.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show.
Okay, we're not going to jump into this, right?
Exactly. I want to do
What's
due
today?
diligence and
Today's
everything, but
Wednesday.
upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
Don't say it.
Oh my god, you guys, don't miss Friday's show. So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But by the way, I literally never said
Didn't
that.
happen.
By the way, I literally never said it happened. Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't get into the whole rape denial lane.
It was handled pretty responsibly, I think.
Bruh.
Yeah. So basically, they insinuated that Noah was a rapist. Not even insinuated. They said Noah was a rapist. He let it slip before like walking it back. Right?
Get into the whole rape.
Happen.
By the way,
So I'm not actually going to say, but his standard. I don't know what he's accused of. So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of. So,
So he's a rapist. So of course his standard. He's like, well, I don't know what he's accused of. So I'm not gonna.
I'm actually going to say, but by the way,
Yeah. So I'm not gonna say that. But like, he did say it though, right? Your audience heard it, and you were, even if he didn't say that, he walked it back. He was insinuating. He was insinuating that Noah was a rapist. But then apparently what happened was he had like Noah's ex-girlfriend, this says ex-friend with benefits, call into the show. And this was apparently like the breakdown of it. He said, I will update it with time at the beginning of the call after the episode ends. Ex-friend with benefits is the H3 fan for the record. Past Noah and ex-friend with benefits copulated without protection with consent. Past Noah was screwing around with other people at the same time. Past Noah ghosted her a few times. E says it's super gross and disrespectful and dangerous to screw other people without communicating it in a friend with benefits relationship, which is true. Past Noah justifies his sleeping with others because it wasn't new people, it was people he trusts, which is indeed sleazy. E, which is hard to make Past Noah out to be a despicable person and a bad feminist for being a bad partner. So this is actually exactly the same thing that people were saying about Harry Sisson, which is kind of funny. Like, it's like verbatim the same thing that people were saying with Harry Sisson of like, you're a bad feminist because you're like a player. On this ED, I sincerely send you some appreciation for your consistent advocacy for the Palestinian people. We greatly need voices like yours, and you never fail to stand solidarity with Palestinians, all anti-Zionists out there, give the great work. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I try my best to stand up for the Palestinian people. You talked about this. Do you see this picture of Speed wishing people Eid? I did not. I'm going to get this after this conversation. Speed is so funny. Yeah, this is the same thing that people said about Harry Sisson as well. Past Noah agreed to break it off with ex-friend with benefits because he found someone else that he felt strong connection with, which ex-friend with benefits suspects was someone he was sleeping with while sleeping with her. He confirms for the record that there was no sexual assault and Noah's just a sleaze to this person. E continues with the he considers himself a moral arbiter line. E continues with the he did say he wants people to kill me, which is not factual. E asks if Noah ever drank Coke or played Disney games. X Family Benefits says he drives a Tesla. E.O. faces again. Dan counters with E also used to drive a Tesla. E wants people to know what Noah's personal vehicle looks like right now. X Family Benefits said it was the one time Noah said, "You seem mature for your age." She said she was 20, 21. Now she's 24, 25. This was 4 to 5 years ago. Noah's currently 27, so he's likely 22 to 23. By conclusion, X Family Benefits did everything she should have done in the situation she was in. Calling in says nothing about her character. We are not litigating her experience. Ethan is desperate. Ethan is a hypocrite. Ethan will not address any of Noah's points because Ethan isn't a perfectly moral paragon of goodness and virtue. How did they get raped for any of this? Am I missing something? They insinuated it from, by they, I mean Dan, essentially. You see this clip? What clip is this? So a massive nothing burger with cheese, yes. But it doesn't stop them from like trying to put the narrative out there. So people who didn't see the like this video, whatever video this was, and just sees this video, are will run with the narrative that like Noah is a rapist or whatever, you know? But that's the idea. The goal is to just make it so that people get the insinuation that like Noah is a rapist and then run with it without actually doing any research. Putting the narrative out there.
Thank you for being so brave and telling your story.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there any... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if there's anything else you want to say, anything else you
so
want to share.
brave, so brave.
One tiny little detail. I do remember on our first date him making a comment about how, I don't remember verbatim what was said, but you know, that I seem mature for my age. So, that's a little weird. Icky.
Wait, but she's in her fucking 20s, no?
One tiny little detail. I do remember on our first date him making a comment about how, I don't remember verbatim what was said, but you know, that I seem mature for my age. So.
You're in your fucking 20s.
Yeah, like the only reason to add that is if to like add the insinuation that like again like Noah is like a creep or a weirdo, which at this point like we have now. I love Ethan's insinuation to like leave his personal life out of this, like out of his like inter-creator beef and drama with stuff, but then like I'm gonna bring on Noah's ex to insinuate that he's a groomer by him grooming this 21-year-old child at the age of 23. Like I sure, okay, sure. He's like a year or two older than her and she was in her early 20s. I'm out. Like, yeah, like, oh geez, I hope people don't realize that my girlfriend is a year younger than I am. I'm 24 and she's 23. I'm cooked, chat. Am I cooked? Am I cooked? Is it over? Canceled? Oh no, it's over. You have problematic age gap. We are not exactly the same age, born exactly the same day at the exact same time. Problematic age gap. Might as well just arrest me now. Take me away. Take me away. Like,
that's not a creepy comment to make it about someone in their early 20s. That's creepy because it's usually about like someone that's either like 18 or like maybe slightly just below. It's like, wow, you're really
you
mature.
Never called her
for your
mature?
age.
I never called her mature. I don't believe. I was not like, man, you're so mature for your age. That I know of. Who knows?
Wow, you really get these adult things that you shouldn't understand. Him saying you're mature for your age at like 21 is him saying, well, it seems like you've got your life together. It seems like you know what you want. It seems like you're not a fucking... That's what that means to a 20-something-year-old. It doesn't mean, whoa, I could fuck you even though usually I couldn't. Dude.
That's a little weird.
You seem mature for your age.
Yeah.
Never a good line.
Because
it's totally what, dude. It's just like so inconsequential. Oh my god.
Like it is kind of funny because they're like, man, if you were a child, that line would be pretty gross. Man, if you were a minor, that would have been a disgusting line to say. Like, yeah, if she was a minor, this entire situation would be disgusting. But she's not. So what are we talking about? What is the broccoli hair? I don't know. I have no idea who the broccoli hair guy is. But like, he's like reacting to the stream. Like that's pretty funny. So yeah, that's something that Ethan is still posting about Ethan has posted more about Palestine than he's ever posted before. Now that there are a few instances of like anti-Hamas protests in Gaza that like the media is latching on to. Literally, again, this is what I talk about with priorities, right? With priorities, like if your priorities are only speaking about Palestinians when it serves your political purpose of like being anti-Hamas, then you don't care about Palestinians. You're not pro-Palestine. I don't get it. Wasn't he like a similar age? Yeah, he's like a year older. And like she was like 21, 22, and he was like 22, 23. But he calls them Gazans. Doesn't hardly say Palestinians. No, he used to say Palestinians, right? My headcanon is that because Mudahar says Gazans, he picked up Gazans from Mudahar. Right? Because Mudahar like says Gazans. Like he's called Palestinians Gazans for forever. And so since Mudahar is now on his side, and he's like they're like allies in like an anti or the pro-genocide brigade, then he's now kind of taken that from Mudahar. Are there outlets other than Israeli ones that are covering the story he shared yesterday? I don't know what story he shared yesterday. So I asked in our forum if Ethan supported a single pro-Palestinian creator, and I think the only one I could name is AB. Well, Loner Box, he claims he's pro-Palestinian sometimes. So, yeah. I don't know. Ethan just... It even feels like this is like a nothing burger for Ethan. Like, this is normal Ethan doing Ethan stuff, right? Trying to ruin somebody else's life because they had the audacity to say that he's not as pro-Palestine as he pretends to be. Right? So I don't know how much there is to add. I will say that, like, I think Ethan will get worse in the coming months until he finally gives up and he moves on talking about something else. But I think it'll get worse before it gets better. 100%. I think it'll get worse before it gets better. That's my take. And that's all I'm going to say. And I am tired of talking about him. It used to be fun. It used to be like, oh, a little bit of Ethan drama. Let's see what he talks about today. And now it's, oh, I didn't talk about Grummz. Oh, gosh, freaking darn it. I knew I forgot something. Or Elon being a fake gamer. But it was this Grummz video. Goomer Nomicon.
One of the leading thought lords of the reactionary right wing is more of a freak than you, I, we, anyone could actually imagine. This all comes with receipts. This is all grounded in facts. This is all quite legally safe for me to talk about. This is all public record. I'm getting this out of the way quickly because I know the person I'm going to be talking about is the kind of person to scream that he's being doxxed, cancelled, and threaten lawyers. This all started from a historic data breach, which isn't actually like quite a safe way to get into this.
Say your goodbyes. You're not looking at me, boy. You got to thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Freaking stop messaging me. I'm putting my phone on mute. Sorry. Thank you for the raid. I hope we had a good stream. We're talking about Grummz. This video starts at 13 minutes. What did they talk about in the intro? What does he talk about for 13 minutes? Yeah, speed it up, trust me. What does he talk about for 13 minutes of the intro? And this is part 1, bro. Is he covered that against lawsuits?
But when I corroborated it with other sources, I found out that this was just sitting out in the open for anyone to find who knew exactly where to look for a name, a registered company. And then you start pulling on a string and pulling on another string and another string, and you find out that this goes deeper than you would think. Don't worry, Mark. I'm not going to show any more than I have to. You and your family will not be identified. This is not doxing in a meaningful sense that you're going to talk about. This is just you and me having a conversation. Everyone else is along for the ride. By the way, don't reuse passwords for shit like this, especially if you're trying to make 2 separate personas with different names that you're going to LARP as for 20 plus years. If you're a 40-year-old man at the time and 60-plus-year-old now, you've done that.
Wait, Mark Kern is 60? And he's still screaming about wokeness online? Got an Assassin's Creed and Minecraft movie ad, but they won't sponsor me?
But don't. That's an advice for anyone else looking to start up a separate online persona in the future. Use a completely separate email with a completely separate password. It might actually prevent this. Don't use the same lawyers either, actually. The same lawyers to register your company. There's so many steps that this guy's failed at to protect himself, and it's just all come unraveled with publicly accessible information. Also, don't use your real name to register these emails. Your real name's out there on this historical Who Is information. When you update this information, it doesn't go away. It's there. It's stored. The internet never forgets is a phrase I summarize up a lot. The internet never forgets. The internet will never let go. The internet remembers everything that you have done, everything that you have purchased, everything that you have registered. Somewhere deep down until that drive stops spinning, the internet will know, and now we have found it. Some of this disgusting onus defenders are going to immediately reject the video based on how many subscribers and followers I have, and I don't care. I am a podcaster. I have a normal job. Consider getting one of those before you start trying to swing at me. Most of you are on Twitter for 15 hours a day arguing over whether Yasuke is too woke. Statistically, you don't know me. I know this.
He is yapping. I will say, he's yapping. Yapping quite a bit.
Bastum just subscribed. Conspiracy Mans was like this for the good of the world.
Bastard Jim, thank you for the 2-month resubscription.
You know this, we know this. By the time this finishes, you're going to know me, and that's fine. It's nice to meet you. My name's MLYP. Pause the video, grab a drink. We're going to be here for a while. I want you walking away from this video being used the idea that there's a 60-year-old man out there who has a maid outfit wearing VTuber as his public-facing persona, who abuses his parents' goodwill to front up LLC companies so that he can avoid California taxation law, while also trying to drive gamer culture further to the right because he thinks things are just a little too woke for him these days, and his little 60-year-old brain can't handle it. There's a reason I'm showing my face on camera today. There's a reason that I'm not hiding behind an avatar like I normally do. I am better than him. This is just one of the ways. I'm better than him in every way that fucking matters, to be honest. Like on a moral level, on a conceptual level, on a how I earn my money level. I am better than this man. And I don't care that you think otherwise. I know this in my belief system and his. I am better. I am going to keep saying this is very findable information. I am going to keep saying that this is all legally accessible information. This is not being doxxed. This is not being cancelled. I'm going to address that again and again just to hammer the point home, because the target of this video is going to come with lawyers, or this target of this video is going to come and try and whip up a screaming mob that he's been cancelled and send a harassment campaign my way and other people's way. This is part of what he does. None of this is secret information that you are legally allowed privacy over. This is part of public California state record. I will not be revealing addresses. I will not be revealing full emails. I can assure you they match, Mark. You are just going to have to trust me. You know it, I know it, and everyone else will know it. The fact that you're out there deleting things rapidly when you've got a hint that people knew about this kind of proves that it's you, and that's what actually matters deep down. In your bones, you know what's about to come out. These same emails that I'm referring to that were in that data breach earlier have been publicly posted by you in multiple places across multiple Who Is records. That's a key and public-facing part of internet structure. That is not doxing. That is all right here when you check DNS and Who Is records. That will never go away. That is part of what you have put out into the internet. If I type your name into a specific search engine, I can see exactly what websites you're registered going way back to about 1996. There is very public LLC information with your family's name, and I'll get to why it's your family's name and not yours on these LLCs in due time. I haven't stolen any private information. I have not illegally accessed any information. This is a case of finding one little string of public.
Okay. Any qualms to just skipping 13 minutes? Is there important information that we need to see in the intro? He's talking about how sick he is. Well, we know Grummz is sick. We know, we understand this. And he's kind of yapping.
More about you than anyone should. Draw your blade, pervert. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what I'm calling the Guna Nomicon. Now, this is a magic book full of spells that you can only cast one-handed, This is a documentation of Mark Edward Kern, the first in a series of some of the worst onanists, some of the worst masturbators in the gaming sphere, who are trying to mold and manipulate gaming culture to return to a time when they were 12 years old and all they had in life to look forward to is extra cheese sticks and a woman in a bikini. It will become pretty obvious that these men just think with their erections. People forget that hating is an inherently valuable form of critical thinking. I have learned tens of thousands of facts via hating. If you are truly hating, you will take all the time you need to learn everything about the subject you are hating on just to hate better, deeper, efficiently, effectively. This
Stop editorializing.
is a
He
law.
will not stop editorializing. He's very much so in the deep realm of editorializing.
Of nature, this is a law of hating. The only thing that stopped this from coming out earlier is no one has been motivated enough to pay a data aggregator $11, and there are multiple data aggregators that have this information just sitting out there in the open. The story here is that Grummz is a man who has aggressively pursued his personal interests at great cost to his family and his career. The biggest crime here is that anime babes with huge bazongas are his main interest. Actually, no, that's not the biggest crime, it's tax fraud. We'll get there. All of these points are archived in the description with source links. In 1968, Grummz comes into the world. Mark Edward Kern, he is a former video game executive. 1992, he gets his bachelor's degree in cognitive science from the University of Rochester. He eventually gets his doctorate from Boston University School of Law with a specialization in IP. He goes on to found Qualia Games in Boston, developing a top-down 2D shooter called Crixer. This is with Blizzard's backing, and he loves the name Crixer. Crixer is eventually cancelled by Blizzard, they do pull the funding, and Qualia shuts down. There's not enough money to pay the payroll. Blizzard used this as a way to get some talent, and Mark is unfortunately the only one to take them up on that offer. He eventually moves on to a role at Blizzard. He serves as an associate producer for StarCraft, works on StarCraft 64 and Diablo 2 as a producer. He's in the credits. I'm not going to dispute the fact that he worked on these games. This is part of his career. March 27, 2001, FoxyFighter.com is purchased by Mark Kern, ignored country of France. That is where Gandhi's SAS is located. They're a French company, but Mark Kern is the registrant. Now, Mark Kern isn't a unique name, but there's later information that basically proves that this is him. Now, what is FoxyFighter.com? To put it as simply as possible, FoxyFighter.com is sexy catfight hentai. It is a website run by a persona called Debbie Chan, but Debbie Chan is Mark. And that's underselling it. He has, over the course of 20 plus years, collected a variety of live-action catfights, drawn hentai catfights, quite a bit of like run-of-the-mill porn. However, there are multiple stories where his persona, Debbie, violently sexually abuses women. It's been scrubbed at this point. As soon as Grummz got a sniff that people were investigating this, he ripped down as much as he could. Unfortunately, we archived most of it. The email addresses that we found share passwords. When searching a pwn database, which is a database of dumped passwords and email addresses, we found a Foxy Fighter email sharing the same password as Mark Kern's email. Fascinating, huh? We also found this one. I'm just leaving that out there. Moving on.
He's a
July 21st, 2001 is the earliest capture
cat fights, whatever that means.
of FoxyFighters.com. On February 28, 2002, Debbie wins second place in the third Seeking Femfights story competition, so he is actively making this stuff. And on March 24, 2003, we get RussianCatfights.com. This is another site owned by Mark. He confirms it on a
Okay, what is up with him in cat fights? Like, this is a sex thing that I just don't understand. Am I too young to understand, like, cat fights as in, like women, like, you know, squabbling? It's how I understand, like cat fights editorially used, or like cat fights for like actual cats fighting. Like, is it like Russian cats are actually fighting? I'm confused.
Twitter post. March 22nd, 2004, we get an archive of Latina catfights. This is also owned by Mark.
Okay.
June 28th.
Okay, he's like, you went from Russian cat fights to Latina cat fights. You know what? I respect that. You know, that's a decent jump.
2004, access to Foxy Fighter goes for about $10 a month. Posts are stories and drawn artwork. November 13, 2004, World of Warcraft releases. This is effectively the pinnacle of Mark's career. He's credited as team lead. He says he works on drafting the TOS in ULA and does licensing with China. He leaves Blizzard shortly afterwards. He says he's going to go and be with some family, so I don't blame him. Like, that was a very hard process, even if he was apparently a bit of a shithead. Look, no one's spoken about him in a good light at Blizzard, really. Like, not in a way that I think a team lead should in this role. Very shortly afterwards, him and a few other Blizzard employees found Red 5 Studios. So he obviously had a couple of friends who wanted to work with him, but he's not really mentioned in a lot of these retrospective books. It's real fascinating. June 15th, 2005. RussianCatfights.com is closed due to changes in US law. And on August 18th, 2005, LatinaCatfights.com is closed.
No, not Latina cat fights. Not Latina cat fights. You can take my Russian cat fights, but you can't take my Latina cat fight. Okay, what changes in US law? I'm curious. What? How did the U.S. law change to disallow Latina catfights? Because keep in mind, I still don't know what catfights are. I still have no clue, none. So I'm just like, how could they be so bad?
To the same changes. So I don't want to point out that this is anything egregiously sinister. This was a change that was required in the porn industry to have verified records of the performers. Before this law, those records were not kept. Blizzard in 2008 had some problems.
Okay.
People were stealing breast milk.
Naked women fight? Okay, so it is actually just naked women fight. It's actual cats? Is it actual cats? This guy's saying it's porn. These IP from other companies? There are no actual cats? I'm so confused. Okay, wait, run it back.
Blizzard in 2008 had some problems. People were stealing breast milk from the fridge. This is attributed to Mark. People call him the breast milk bandit. He wasn't working there at the time, and he's not the breast milk bandit. It's
what could be
funny to think he is. Please keep doing it. It's very funny. But we found dozens of breast milk photos on foxyfighter.com, so smoke is fire, huh, Mark? October 17, 2008, as forum admin on freecatfights.com, Debbie recommends a Japanese breast milking series to another forum member and reveals that he owned latinacatfights.com. Now, you might notice that this is forum admin with a Batman avatar. This was scrubbed about a day ago. But this is him. April 23, 2009, Red 5 lays off 30 people. Reports of a studio purchase emerge. March 10, 2010, that studio purchase comes through. A company called The Nine announces acquisition of Red 5 Studios, and Grummz becomes CEO. May 19, 2010, Grummz buys a Leica S2 and a 70mm lens from OC Camera. Now, I bring this up because we match metadata from some of the live-action photos on Foxy Fighter to this exact camera and lens types that we know he owns. September 3rd, 2010, Red 5 announces Firefall at PAX. September 20th, 2011, he goes and advertises foxyfighter.com.
Wait. So he was actually taking the pictures of Foxy Fighters with his own camera?
And freecatfights.com on r/comics, which probably not the best place to do it, but doesn't even get a single piece of engagement. That's kind of sad. Come on, man, you're better posted than this. Even I can admit that, but dog. March 7th, 2011, he asks for models to star in fighting videos, so he's starting to move into the live action space at this point. And March 21st, 2011, model Megan Renee posts, "I adore you, Mark," on his Model Mayhem profile. And that's his Model Mayhem profile, Studio Foxy Fighter. You see that little boxing glove image up the top right next to his profile? That one is an exact match to a camera lens I know he owns and a camera that he owns. Just a thought. October 5th, 2011, a Nigerian interview mentions Firefall will release soon. And he goes on to film a video of Randy Moore and Kimberly Jane. In January 18th, 2012, Red 5 skips E3 to protest SOPA. Mark is really big on hating SOPA, and he skips it and donates $50,000, which was their E3 fund, to found the League for Gamers instead. League for Gamers is ostensibly a non-profit founded by Mark Kern. They style themselves as an advocacy group for video games, consumer-centric versus industry-focused. They represent the gamer. Red 5 paid this charity $50,000. He wired himself $50,000 from his slowly failing game studio, which I'm guessing is all that was left in the couch cushions at this point. Never logged the transaction with the state of California. This should be logged. It's not in the logs where we're checking. We can see other logs, but it's not there. He then waits for California to dissolve their nonprofit, then started a for-profit Delaware corp with the same name. That's bad. Why was this allowed? Is this all above board tax-wise? I'm sure the California AG would love to know about this and the rest of your tax dodges. June 6, 2012, Grummz offers his opinion on the Leica S2 and Nikon D3S, mentions using them for the last 2 years. This is, again, just here as an aside, he used these cameras and 100% owned them. They are a match for Foxy Fighter's content in the unscrubbed metadata. July 4th, 2013, you remember the Firefall bus? Well, that's shown at Anime Expo LA. July 9th, 2013, Firefall finally enters open beta. They are rapidly running out of money, though. That's going to become obvious. December 9th.
Don't worry, he can just send himself $50,000 more. Why not?
2013, he gets removed as CEO. They vote him out.
Oh well.
July 29th, 2014, Firefall finally releases. September 22nd.
Wait, does it suck? Now I need to know if Firefall actually sucked. It's discontinued. So, well.
2014. Mark is, after his next venture, he has made MEK Entertainment, Mark Edward Kern Entertainment. It is in Aliso Viejo, which is where everything that he does is based. They
What
are
is it,
an
Aliso
company
Viejo?
looking to leverage the blockchain. Maybe,
I know
10
Aliso
years
Viejo. I've been to Aliso Viejo. That's crazy. Small world. Small world.
Early for that hype, but I respect the forward-facing vision. MEKentertainment.com launches at this point. They are registered to MEK Entertainment Inc. However, looking at those business entries, it looks like he never actually registered it as a company called MEK Entertainment. The game from the seed funding never really materializes. He gets ousted from MEK Entertainment, and they go on to make a game called Voxelnauts, but Mark never really does anything with his money, and we'll get to some allegations about that money later on. June 17th, 2015, Grummz announces that he's joining Gamergate. You know, he's mad. He's always mad. He's mad and he's horny. July 7th, 2015, DB-Chan LLC is registered. Mark Kern's mother is the registered CEO. And imagine having your mother being the CEO of your porn company.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Have some pride. August 8th, 2015, MEK Entertainment changes to Retro Ronin Inc., which is a site about Voxelnauts. No Mark. Mark is no longer working for Retro Ronin. And on September 14th, 2015, Crixa Labs LLC is registered. This is the same address as DB-Chan LLC. Interesting. My question here is why? It seems legally sketchy to register two LLCs under your 80-year-old mum's name. My working theory is that this is a tax shelter and it allows him to report that he earns 0 or less than the personal income required to be taxable by law, and then he can report any additional earnings to his LLCs. He can then write taxes down by saying his revenue did not exceed his annual expenses. He can say his business spent more than they earned, not pay a dime on the money. This is classic tax fraud. Again, California AG would love to have this information. October 19th, 2015, Debbie floats the idea of creating an online catfight game, likely thing for Mark to do. November 2nd, 2015, the Patreon for Foxy Fighters is launched. It maxes out at $57 a month, and it's eventually paused in 2020. November 16th, 2015,
Okay, well,
Beast
chill on the Patreon. My Patreon has like $46 a month, and I post nothing there. And I appreciate all of my patrons, so there's nothing wrong with having a small Patreon. It's totally fine.
Prolific artist working in the catfight scene. They passed away. His hard drive is too damaged to recover, and a terabyte of catfight art is lost forever. November 20th, 2015, Mark's wife disappears from social media as far as
Not the catfight art.
At this point, until then.
Honestly, it's probably for the best because there was probably child pornography down there. You know, just see him. I do not want to see the hard drive of somebody who does or catfight porn stuff. I'm gonna be real. Or Mark Kern. Like,
she'd been quite a big cheerleader for him in the online space. So, just kind of putting it in here as a marker, really. December 9th, 2015, he leaves Gamergate after being kind of too transphobic. And he does drop a couple of F-slurs, so good job. No, sorry, he doesn't drop the F-slurs. People on Kotaku in Action do, but they're mad that he's, yeah, look, these people are all sad and need jobs. December 17th, 2015, Mark does interview to promote his free speech organization. He's still trying to keep League of Gamers going at this point, and Voxelnaut's Twitter comes out and alleges that Mark stole money from Voxelnaut. So that's where that money went from that seed funding. Jan 16th, 2016, on freecatfights.com, they've been filming fights with a Red Dragon camera. Now that's interesting. Are these the same Red Dragon cameras that Red 5 had in their studio? I raised this earlier in the video. They had 3 Red Dragon cameras in their possession worth $50,000 each. That's the whole rig. That's not just the brain. The brain's about 20. We have evidence that Mark was in possession of Red accessories at his personal lockup in California after he had left Red 5. Are they the cameras? Did he abscond with them, or did he purchase them with some of his pilfered MEK Entertainment money? I'm not alleging anything specific here. I am asking questions. What is fascinating is that he had access to the same cameras that Red did after he left Red 5. Remember that tax fraud discussion? It's at this point that Mark is hit with a lien for $265,133.88 for unpaid tax from the years 2011, 2012, and 2013. Excuse me for mixing up the 2013.
Crazy. $200K in unpaid taxes? Rough.
2015 on this slide, I'm not going to fix it. May 2nd, 2016, Debbie Chan posts on Twitter looking for models, promises good conditions and a full makeup and hair crew. May 25th, 2016, Kern goes to the Firefall subreddit telling people they should kill the game so that he can buy back the IP for cheap, which is kind of sad to me. It's still an active game at this point, but you're actively trying to kill it so you can buy and get it back because you're mad you got ousted. He can't let it go, can he? May 29th, 2016, he delivers a petition to restore vanilla World of Warcraft to Blizzard. This is kind of his other big claim to fame in modern day. And June 11th, 2016, the legal compliance page for FoxyFighter.com lists the mailing address for DB-Chan LLC as the same address that Crixa Labs is registered to. I've censored it here, but that is fascinating. You can't deny that DB-Chan, Foxy Fighters, that's Mark. It is Mark. June 27th, 2016, Make Ember, the spiritual successor to Firefall, is posted on change.org by Mark. That does hit 4,700 supporters, so, let's make Ember. He has camera equipment. He posts camera equipment to Flickr. Lenses here are a match to the photos shot for Foxy Fighters. And we see the red accessories I mentioned earlier. This is all in the same location, all shot on the same iPhone. Just the thought. August 29th, 2016, Ember, massive planetary wargame Indiegogo campaign is launched. $5,000 goal, raises $23,000. September 14th, 2016, Ember Milestone 2 campaign is funded on Indiegogo. November 29th, 2016, puts his first adult video on clips for sale. This is his account and it's linked on the Foxy Fighters site. This is him. This is what he is selling. Note, an anonymous user eventually replies, is this a Mark Kern product? Deplorable. I want to know who this person was. What did they know? This is in 2017. Someone knew about this 8 years ago? How did they know? Anyway, July 3rd, 2017, MEK Entertainment is formally closed, and July 5th, Ember is funded for $170,000. So that's $114,000 between both Indiegogo and PayPal donations. That's over $20K goal. Grummz promises a playable mock-up in 6 months. Kickstarter for a full game a month or two after that. Anyway, September 13th, 2017, Mark's mum issues a certificate of cancellation for DBChan LLC. So, see you, DBChan. Thanks for your service, Mark's mum. And on July 24th, 2018, Ember begins selling upgrades to M3 backers as a limited time offer until the Kickstarter later this year. May 20th, 2018, a child support motion is filed by the state of California. Mark and his wife had been separated for a while. He had referred to her as his ex-wife in the Ember Discord, but they had reconciled at this point, according to another Twitter post from him. But this is obvious proof that they did separate at one point. And do you think the reason she left is because she found out about the adult entertainment gig, or maybe she found out about the tax fraud?
Nah, she found out about the cat fights. He found out that they shut down Latina cat fights. She couldn't have it. She had to leave. She's like, I'm only with you because of Latina cat fights. They shut that down. We're done. We're cooked. It's over.
The timing makes sense with her leaving, him trying to go all in on the DBChan LLC. Much to think about. So, March 1st, 2019, Debbie resurfaces. Like, this is when this was archived, but obviously the post was on January 3rd, 2019. They come back on freecatfights.com and ask if there's a demand for Foxy Fighters to come back. 7th of March, 2019.
Bro, what life are people living? People are just like on like porn subreddits asking for like, yeah, I want to see naked women beat each other up. And people like run sites like this and people like pay money to watch these videos. Bro, what? Am I a Puritan? Do I not get it? That's crazy. I never knew this existed. I wish I never knew, honestly. The internet was a mistake. No, you're just normal? Fair. It's Grummz? Well, Grummz is not buying it. Grummz is selling it. There are other people who are buying this, chat. Like, people are like, yes, I want to see naked women beat each other up, and I'm going to pay for it on foxyfighters.com. How do you even arrive at getting to foxyfighters.com? How do you go from being a normal person to like going to foxyfighters.com and paying for naked women beating each other up? How do you, what do we, I don't, it doesn't make sense. Do what you love, you'll never work another day in your life. True. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Latina catfight redirects. That makes sense. Now I can understand getting to Latina catfights, right? But getting the Foxy Fighters, too far. But if it redirects, it makes sense.
Well, Mark admits that his original 3D artist left and he's had to teach himself how to do 3D modeling and build the main character of Ember. He's never made a game this way before, so he's trying to do it all without any outside investors, and at this point you should have realized it's a scam team. So, no one is a full-time employee on Ember. This is a solo project. An MMO is a solo project for him, and come on, team. Anyway, 28th of June 2019, Ember first playable is achieved. Gamers. Finally. 20th of August 2019, Foxy Fighter blog is offline. The DNS update needs to be required. Like, that's pretty simple, but this takes him a while. On the 5th of February 2021, Foxy Fighter is back online. Well done.
That's the... This is the website?
Grummz is kind of wanking around at this point.
What?
On the 5th of February 2021.
That is insane. It's literally just naked women beating each other up. Sure.
Foxy Fighter is back online. Well done. Grummz is kind of wanking around at this point. He claims that he's not working on the game due to family reasons, but he's still just kind of shitposting on Twitter. And on 2nd of August 2021, Debbie releases a story called The Date. So while he's meant to be working on his crowdfunded game, he's actually just written adult literature on the crowdfunder's dime. And this is where that like violent sexual fantasy stuff comes in. 1st of December 2021, the Foxy Fighter URL lapses. A domain squatter grabs it for a
No! No! It's gone! It's gone! Foxy Fighters has been stolen! Not our Foxy Fighters!
minute. And 2022-2023, Grummz continues to radicalize himself on Twitter.com. The rate of his posting rapidly increases as he tries to make himself one of the big culture warriors, and he's deleted a lot of that stuff now. A lot of his tweets aren't in existence back past 2023, but his rate of tweeting has done nothing but increase even since then. 30th of Jan 2024, Debbie makes her last login on freecatfights.com. God bless. Foxy Fighter URL, still spotted. 26th of March 2024, Grummz tweets, bring back Rumble Roses. This is relevant because that's also Debbie's favorite game. 25th of March 2025, we are made aware of the Foxy Fighters connection, and at this point, archival attempts begin. Twitter user Juniper makes contact with Grummz for an interview request. He says yes. He is drunk at the time. He is drunk posting through it because he's mad that he got ratioed by Assassin's Creed. And when he wakes up the next day, Grummz blocks the hosts of Western Kabuki and begins to delete his past history as Foxy Fighting and Debbie-chan. It's Joba. Never been more Joba. So now what? This wasn't hard to find. We have archived all of it, so I'm going to be very careful with how I phrase the next things. The rest of it's all just been questions, and Statements of fact. Most of the previous portion, yeah, pure fact record. Mark Kern is the owner of Foxy Fighters and has a pattern of consistently ignoring his day job to focus on it. He has a history of mismanaging money. He has potentially committed tax fraud that the California AG will be very interested in.
Oh wait, we hit 26,500 followers. So W on that.
Consistently
on our way to 27K.
About progress on his games and has failed to make anything commercially successful since he was a team lead at Blizzard. It is my opinion that these games at Blizzard succeeded despite him rather than because of him. He does not know how to code, he does not know how to texture models, his animations are based on 2 keyframes with 3 other frames of animation. He will always have an excuse for his failure after failure after failure. This man is sad. If you keep funding him or supporting him, you are willingly throwing your weight behind someone who has deceived and defrauded thousands of people while trying to position himself as a savior of gaming. There are people in the Ember Discord who have said they are afraid they are going to die before the game comes out. This is all for the purposes of lining his pocket and making some really bad pornographic material. And I feel sad for the guys who are about to die. They
lay off Foxy Fighters like that. I just learned about it, but I'm a fan.
are just desperate to play this game. They want to play something that reminds them of when life was better, and he just ignores them. His only goal right now is to get engagement from Elon Musk. He is deep-throating that man so hard that his throat is going to recognize the veins. That's his life now. He's not making a game. He keeps saying a Kickstarter is coming, this is a great year for Ember. It's not. He does not know how to make a game. His one hope is that Daddy Elon notices him and throws a few $1 million at him to hire people who actually know how to make a game. This man is a failed dev, a failed pornographer, a failed husband with a fragile mind, a fragile ego, and a fragile life.
Honestly, his main failure was just stopping at Latina catfights. Going from Russian catfights to Latina catfights and stopping there, he had something going. Just keep going. I wanted to see ebony catfights. I want to see Asian catfights. I want to see Caucasian catfights. I want to see freaking just give me all the catfights. All of them. Insert ethnic group catfights. That's money. That's money.
That's the timeline. And I'm not going to make value judgments over the rest of it. That's for you to decide. I've laid out the facts as I see them. It is my opinion, and I'm going to crouch this as being my opinion. Mark Kern is a narcissistic loser who has a publicly stated fetish for lolicon navels and a hidden fetish for women catfighting. He has the ear, at least occasionally, of the richest and most powerful man in the world. What he gets out of this video is what he's going to get. People are going to know everything they need to know about him, and they can make decisions from there. Mark runs targeted harassment campaigns against devs he deems as woke, and he buys his own likes on X.com when he gets ratioed by Assassin's Creed's community manager. He has pilfered and absconded with at least $1.6 million of funding for not one, but 2 failed games, and we have ample evidence that he's also absconded with extremely expensive video equipment to shoot his adult video side hustles. He is nothing if not a sad, lonely man who is desperate to leave a mark, any mark on the world, because he knows his career as a game dev is worth less than a cold turd on a hot dog bun. You now know everything about him. You know his business dealings, his motivations for hustling people out of $1.6 million. He is, in my opinion, a pervert of the highest order who has taken advantage of the goodwill of his fans, taken advantage of their bubbling rage, and he has taken advantage of his own family. And I think more people should know and understand this. Have a nice day.
I will say, one critique I have of this video is that the seriousness of the video kind of betrays the tone, or the tone of the video betrays the seriousness of the allegations. Because the allegations are not that serious, honestly. Like, he's running Latina catfights. Like, what are we talking about here? Have some fun with it. Like, you're like, this is like set up to be like super serious and like bombshell allegations or whatever. But like, sure, the tax fraud and the theft isn't fun. It isn't good. But like, have some fun with it. Like, we can laugh at him. Let make it so we can laugh at him for like running like Latina catfights and Foxy Fighters or whatever. Like, that's funny. He said something about lolicon stuff, which is that's like not funny. Did he? I didn't see any lolicon stuff in here. I said something about lolicon stuff, and that's like right at the end. Did he?
He's desperate to leave a mark, any mark on the world, because he knows his career as a game dev is worth less than a cold turd on a hot dog bun. You now know everything about him. You know his business dealings, his motivations for hustling people out of $1.6 million. He is, in my opinion, a pervert of the highest order who has taken advantage of the goodwill of his fans, taken advantage of their bubbling rage, and he has taken advantage of his own family. And I think more people should know and understand this. Have a nice day.
Okay, well, not there.
Powerful man in the world. What he gets out of this video is what he's going to get. People are going to know everything they need to know about him, and they can make decisions from there. Mark runs targeted harassment campaigns against devs he deems as woke, and he buys his own likes on X.com when he gets ratioed by Assassin's Creed's community manager.
I didn't hear any lolicon stuff. I'm not typing in lolicon. I'm forgetting.
What's the timestamp?
That's for you to decide. I've laid out the facts as I see them. It is my opinion, and I'm going to crouch this as being my opinion. Mark Kern is a narcissistic loser who has a publicly stated fetish for lolicon navels and a hidden fetish for women catfighting. He has the ear.
For lolicon navels? What? Okay, why wasn't that in the video? He has a fetish for lolicon navels. Was there a video was alluded when he was showing the emails? Was I supposed to read all the emails? There was a lot of time spent on Latina catfights. Why would you not cover that? I don't know. Because the catfight thing is more expensive. Or not more expensive, more extensive.
Most powerful.
$1709? I'm
just leaving that out there. Moving on. July 21st, 2001 is the earliest capture of foxyfighters.com. On February 28th, 2002, Debbie wins second place in the third Seeking Fem Fights story competition. So he is actively making this stuff. And
like this? Oh. With the email is Pretty Little Girl 16? I feel like this was just kind of skipped over a little bit. What is blurred? I don't know, at Gmail maybe? They don't want to like expose Gmail or whatever email service he was using. That's Mark's persona. Yeah, if his persona is Pretty Little Girl 16, that's kind of crazy. Do you not know the lore of how Jessica blocked him over his obsession with her navel? None of those words are in the Bible. No, I don't know the lore of whatever this is about. The only thing I know about this person is that he runs Foxy Fighters and Latina Catfight. That's it. That's all I know. I feel like that would be something to put into the, I don't know, the video about Grummz. Maybe. That's just me though. I don't know. Okay. Just you can hold on to that, honestly. Well, that's a, yeah. Yeah, that's, I don't know. We're gonna skate past that. That's the video of Grummz being a weirdo. Which we all kind of already knew. Yeah, this is my reaction to Grummz being a weirdo. So surprising. In conclusion, we're playing some League of Legends. Oh, thanks for watching, YouTube chat. Want to see League of Legends, you can come to Twitch. If not, I'll catch y'all later. Tomorrow, probably. Adios. Okay. Oh, YouTube chat's gone. But it's gaming time. You can see my Iron 4 gaming. I dropped down to Iron 4. you see Vivian leaked that Elon uses kids to carry him in Valo? No, wasn't it Overwatch? Should I warm up with a Swift play? ARAM warm up? I can do that. All right, everybody just happens to have to leave right now. Exactly when gaming starts. I'm turning this light off. It's bright. That's fine. I got my viewership today. I covered my drama. I did my baiting. The people who are leaving don't know that I'm gonna leak some things to the gamers only. They won't know that there are collaborations in the work. Yeah, that's right. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. Nami? Mordekaiser, I'm taking him. Dean collab? Yeah. Collab with Dean Winters. Ooh, Wukong's not bad. Gwen's not... Okay. Should I do Gwen or should I do Mordekaiser, chat? Aiden collab, maybe. Morty? Okay, we'll do Mordekaiser. Get in my closet and found a letter from UNC Charles saying I got in and ended up going. That's funny. I ended up going, so hey, you're like me, Chatter, but like not really. Oh wait, hold on. Game. Boom. Wukong, Lulu, Severe, Mordekaiser, Nami. I don't like Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger gets on my nerves a little bit. Kinda sucks. What rank is this? This is not a rank at all. This is Iron 2. Level 300? That's too many levels. All right. All right.
What are you buying?
Let's go.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Minions have spawned.
Ah. Where y'all going? Where's everybody going? Where's everybody going? Where's everybody going? Everybody wants to run away from me.
Whoa, how did I die there? Oh, Heimadinger. Heimadinger.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Heimadinger. I missed. Oh no, he's dead. Yeah, no, he was super dead. Well, he keeps hitting me. Stop hitting me. Vinegar effects are going to be so corny during this game for sure. I hate Heimerdinger. I don't hate him enough to ban him, but I hate playing against him. My perma ban is like Irelia or Gwen. But I hate playing against hello. Hello. Ah. Ah. Okay. They're all literally one tap. They're literally one tap. Literally.
An enemy has been slain.
They're literally one tap. Oh, there we go. I helped with that. That was all me, actually. That was all me. Hmm.
An enemy has been slain.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Hello. Okay. I deserve that. I got Master Yeed. Master Yeed. What Pokemon game is this? The good one. The fun one. Ah! Bad choice. Hello. Got him. I helped.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Their Master Yi is kind of a problem. The rest of them are kind of. Ah! I'm stuck. Ah! Bro, I have like no health. I just got back. Good job, team. I'm doing nothing. Look at this. The guy's dead with his tongue out. LOL. Hey. I missed. Ah, that was too late. Okay, that wasn't even my fault. I took one of their people out, and they couldn't even 4v5. They couldn't even 4v5. That wasn't my fault.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yay! Good job, team. We need minions, though. I missed my Q, or whatever that was.
has been slain. Aced. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Oh wait, that was stupid of me.
An enemy has been slain.
Hello. That was actually super intelligent of me, actually. I'll take you. Hello. 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 Where'd he go? Oh, hello. Hey. I kind of cooked there, chat. I almost got him. I almost got him. He was right there. Oh, they have all magic damage though, so it might actually be worth it.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I already started it. Why not?
Shut down.
Oh, that was stupid of me. Yeah. Stay away. Stay away. Hello.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Yeah, we're kind of cooking, chat. We're kind of frying.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon. Your inhibitor is respawning.
I wasn't pressing my O. I meant to press my O. I pressed the wrong button. I was spamming my E, but ult wasn't coming off. That's on me. My bad. My bad, chat. My bad, team.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
They can't end though. I think we still have a chance.
You have a chance. Stop him! Stop him! See? Told y'all. Cut him off. Cut off your escape. Escape cut off. Okay. Woo. Woo. Ah, slightly out of range. Ah. We'll go Jack Show. So close. It was very close. If I had any of my cooldowns, we would have been able to do it. I could have cut all three of them. Ah, rough. Rough, 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 rough. Okay, loading. All good. It's over. Yeah, we lost. We got an A though. That was cool. Yeah, I think this is where I'm gonna call it though. I'm still gonna play, but I'm gonna play off stream probably. Yeah, I appreciate you all. After I get some food, obviously, 'cause I'm hungry. And now I'm out. Yeah. Yeah. I think my music is broken. There we go. All right, chat. I'll catch y'all later. Adios.